Yes. Yes, sir. Sir, you want to ask anything, sir? Political science. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Please.
Acharya Babu. You are mute. Sir Babu, you are mute.
Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath.
So welcome to friends, all our delegates. And we have a speaker from different country, like from Vietnam to Russia, like Professor Mahapatra to Professor Ravi Babu. And we have the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mishra. We have stalwarts from different fields. So not only they spoke about the consciousness, they practiced the consciousness, many cultures, in many cultures. Especially Professor Ravi, he's from the gynecological department. In his life, I think more than 1,000 babies he tried to produce. Even I sent many cases who don't have the child. He was able to make the child. So good mind. So different fields, from medicines, from philosophy, from Russia. So if you look into the terms, their language, Nama, Rupa, Guna. So in Vietnam and in Russia, two different countries. But if you minutely hear the language and culture, many Indian words, Sanskrit words is inside. Especially Russian language, they have the 40 to 50% of language with Sanskrit. Because they don't know it is Sanskrit, but it is Sanskrit. Okay, these are the things. So it is the 4th day of the marathon, organized by the Art of BLISS, a socio-cultural and spiritual organizations. All that deals with the spirituality and cultural sciences. So today, before start, we'll invite our friend, Mr. Satpathy Babu, who is a teacher in Central Sanskrit College, to do the Veda part.
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वेभ्यः स्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमः आभ्याधिनेभ्यो विविध्यं तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगाभ्यस्तृग्मोहतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः भ्रातेभ्यो भ्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरोपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो नमस्तेनाभ्यः सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथिभ्यो अरथेभ्यश्च वो नमः नमः क्षत्रुभ्यः संघ्रुतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यो अर्भकेभ्यश्च वो नमः नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कृत्स्नायताय रावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमो स्वनिभ्यो मृगैभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वेभ्यः स्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः सर्वाय च पशुपताये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च सर्वन्मने च स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धस्रवा स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो वरिष्ठनेमि स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु वृषरस्वामरुतत्पुष्णे मातरः सुभेन्यावानो विदते सुजगमायः अग्ने जुह्वामनावसूराचक्षसो विश्वे नो देवा अवसागामन्निः भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवा भद्रं पश्येम क्षवीर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवाग्मुसस्तनोभिर्व्याशेम देवहितं यदायुः हरिः ओम्।
Thank you, Satat Babu, for a nice presentation. Nice starting. Thank you. Our President, Prasad Babu, his dream, he always interested with the spirituality, matters and spirituality. How to start the journey from matter towards the spirituality. So he did lot of research work, seminar, symposium with all these fields. So we have another stalwart, the Pusti Babu and Subramania Madam from Delhi. Two stalwarts. So better I will request our President to introduce our guest before the audience. So, Dr. Professor Prasanna Kumar Mahapatra, the President Art of BLISS. Sir.
My humble pranam to all the esteemed honorable persons, intellectuals, participants, research scholars, and student friends. Today is the 5th day of 3rd International Conference on Consciousness. It's really a difficult concept to know and realize that is consciousness. Last 4 days, philosophers, scientists, educationists, medical practitioners, ITI professors, and other professors in different fields, they discussed consciousness from different perspectives. Saints inside the country and abroad, they also defined consciousness from different perspectives. But still then, those who are attending this seminar, they may be in doubt without the source. Generally for us, it's a great question, really, what consciousness is. Whether the consciousness reside in the thalamus, cortex, or posterior parts of the body. Sometimes we are discussing about the quantum physics. Sometimes also we are discussing about the spirit and other particles. No doubt, this concept should be discussed in detail. By that, we reach at the question arises here, really, why it is needed in our day-to-day life, whether we should know consciousness or we should realize the consciousness. If we will realize, then what type of benefit we will find? If we will not realize, then what will happen? Just a question. Another thing is that if we discuss, I think there is a paper of Subralina Mahanti madam. She may discuss birth, death, rebirth and consciousness, something in this point of view. And so many philosophers, they have defined the consciousness of different layers or planes of consciousness. Another question is also with our mind, whether it has any origin or not. Origin of consciousness. What relation this consciousness is with our birth, death, rebirth, or incarnation? So many questions, so many questions. So we are discussing, but still then, we are discussing a lot. When we are discussing, so many problems are also coming, so many doubts are also coming. Which have to be discussed with the experts. So many experts are also today with us. That soul, realized soul, an educationist. If I speak about him, it may be a book. Is our Honorable Professor Dr. Kailash Mishra, the former Vice Chancellor of SRI University, and President Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, is in so many assignments in different parts of the country and abroad. We are not able to find him. So, my humble pranam for you. So, I also welcome this international seminar. Welcome you, sir, and pranam, my humble pranam for you. With us, Professor Dr. Biranti Dayal Mahapatra, self-realized soul, is the Dean and Principal, Prince Institute of Health Sciences and Hospital, Cuttack. As the former principal, Sri Jagannath Medical College, when Professor Kailash Mishra will discuss about the consciousness over ages, and Professor Dr. Biranti Dayal Mahapatra will discuss about the consciousness in the planes and parts of being. His topic is consciousness in the planes and parts of the being. Poems are Sophia and Daily, founder of U Balance Vietnam, which means Vietnam. So speak about the Vietnamese spiritual values, a path to collective and individual consciousness, how we understand and practice in modern days. With us, a great personality, Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera. He is the Director, Super Specialist Unit, High-Tech Medical College, Postgraduate Institute, Punjab, Bhubaneswar. He has vast experiences about consciousness. He will speak about the consciousness and women's health. With us, Antonova Natalia Ivanova Alexander is the Doctor of Philosophy, Institute of Consciousness, Institute of Consciousness, Moscow, USSR. His speech will be interpreted by Professor Alexander Rovitz-Jaliko. He is a mental health teacher, Omsk State Medical University, and Antonova Natalia will speak on the topic consciousness and levels of reality. I also welcome to her with us Mrs. Subralina Mahanti. She is the National Lecturer, the Theosophical Society of India, Regional Secretary, Theosophical Order of Service, TOS, Delhi Region, India. Very good topic. She has selected to discuss with us, that is life, death, birth, rebirth, and consciousness. With us, Subrat, Sri Subrat Kumar Pusti, DDG Technology DOT and Innovator for SHRI, Sanskrit Operating System for Indian Languages. He is from Department of Telecommunication. Sir, he will speak about the programming the consciousness. With us also, Professor Dr. Mamta Mahapatra, Professor Institute of Psychology and Allied Science, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. You see, a galaxy of resource persons are here. I never find words to speak about their careers. Really, we are lucky enough to find great souls, divine souls with us to discuss the most important concept which is highly essential for human life, that is consciousness. But I think it is necessary to realize that our way of life is something different. That will be blessings for society. We don't know whether we may find a human body in the next life or not. That can be discussed by the experts. However, once again, I welcome on behalf of Art of BLISS all the divine great souls, experts, honorable resources. Once again, I welcome to all of you. I welcome to all of you. Now this is the time. It's the time to invite Professor Dr. Raj Mishra, main person. Personally, I interacted with him. So when we interact with him, easily you can know about his thought, about his temperament, but a simple person, he has the ability, capacity, to speak about consciousness. Sir, humble pranam, and I request Sir you to speak on the theme, consciousness over ages. Professor Dr. Raj Mishra, former Vice Chancellor, State University, Odisha. Professor Dr. Raj Mishra, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, since we have covered the subject for 5 days, much water must have flown through Bay of Bengal via this stream of consciousness. But however, I have chosen a very broad kind of time, consciousness over ages, so I can escape with some names and ideas.
Sir, one request, your face is not completely visible. Sir, just, yes, sir. It's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can see my face. That's right. Anyway, in my system, I don't know, something. Anyway, nothing is, when we talk of ages, nothing is older than the basic knowledge. Just before the seminar of today, I heard one madam who was presenting her paper, Meenakshi Sethi, I think, and I found something which I'll be talking. She was also talking a little bit of that. You see, I'll start with a little bit of scientific input to drive home the point. All of us, we know about 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas, or in the context of water, ice, water, and steam. Everybody knows. So if you ask any student how many states of matter are there, he will say 3, and there are 3. But towards end of 20th century, we got two more states of matter. One invented by one Indian itself, and one invented by Cornell. So what are they? Steam gets state of matter that is called plasma, and ice gets the state below it, and that is called condensate. Discovered by our Rabindranath Bose. So is it that world knew about condensate now? In fact, 2005 only 2001 only Nobel Prize on condensate was given. It is as good as new. But is it that condensate was not there, or plasma was not there, and these people invented? No. Everything was in nature. Everything was creation of God, and these people only brought it to the notice of the people. That's why when my teacher here in the founder of Arya Samaj in Bhubaneswar, he used to tell me that he has written a beautiful book called Veda Manusya Krutaki. Is Veda made by man? So yes, nothing is made by man. Man has only learned to it itself. It was already there. That's why there's a Western philosopher about whom we discussed little later called Spinoza. He told that there is God, but God is not the way you think him to be. God is sum total of nature and nature's laws. Same thing was told by Shakespeare also. So everything was there, and as we became aware, we learned it as our awareness. Awareness, and that awareness creates a consciousness. The first Vedic interpretation of consciousness was not, many people think that it is a Mandukya Upanishad. There is a smaller Upanishad than Mandukya Upanishad. It is very powerful called the Tilavindu Upanishad. It is the one which told what we say in India or in Odia also, Pindo Brahmanda. That if we are aware that whatever is Brahmanda, in Spinoza language, whatever is God is in us, when we are aware of this, we get consciousness. It is arousal of consciousness. And that consciousness, as per Vedic interpretation, comes from three sources. The first source is awareness, as we have discussed. But the second source, if my father had burnt his finger by putting his hand into fire, would I be able to put my hand in fire to understand that fire burns my hand? I'll get from my father's experience. So second is first is awareness, second is experience. Much of the world, almost 90% knowledge bank of the world has not been created from awareness or experience, but they have been created by thought experiments, logical thought experiments. We can have wild thoughts, but we can have thought which has got a logical conclusion. And like I told about condensate and plasma, were created, it took 75 years for logical conclusion we arrived, and then everybody believed quantum physics, quantum physics, condensate, Bose-Einstein condensate. Similarly, thought experiments takes time to be absorbed in the masses, and that is what our Tilavindu Upanishad, it told, it gives the concept of Pinda Brahmanda, whatever there is in the universe, it is in us. And each one is customized, we get something of it, and so our awareness is limited, our experience imbibing is limited, our thought experiment is time for logical conclusion. So that's why we are all separate bundles of consciousness. Like last time, when we were discussing about this, there was a sadhu from Puri itself, Pragyananji. He told in his childhood he used to drink water from the pond or well. But will he drink now? because he has become aware that that has germs and that creates diseases. So as we become aware, as we get experience, as we get logical conclusion of our thought experiments, we become better bundle of consciousness. So that is the Vedic era. And Vedic era was little difficult to understand by the common man. So the sixth wings of Indian philosophy came, and they brought this awareness to the masses very easily. Kapila Muni brought Sankhya, then Gautam or Gautama got Nyaya, then Mini got Mimamsa, Patanjali got Yoga, Rishi Vedavyasa got Vedanta. There are six Vedanta. One was propounded by Shankaracharya later called Advaita Vedanta. Then we have Shishika by Karnad. These six rishis, they revolutionized Indian philosophy, and there are many derivatives of that, because nothing is full stop, nothing is period, everything metamorphosis or synthesis as we discover God. In fact, in Sankhya itself, it was propounded. The greatest of justice is natural, in Nyaya itself is propounded, greatest natural justice is natural justice. That what God has created is the greatest justice. And suppose sun shines equally, because I am bald, sun doesn't stop shining on my head. Sun will shine uniformly, law of equity, uniform for everybody. I have to put a cap or a pagadi or something on my head to protect me from the sun. Similarly, everybody is a customized bundle of awareness. So that was explained by the six giants of Indian philosophy. So I stopped India at this point of time. I moved to West. As the time passed, Indian philosophy, Indian very scientifically explained, spiritually based consciousness, or it has got three connotations: Chitna, Chitanya, and Chit. All these are developed from Vedic era to philosopher's era, which was imbibed till modern era, and we are still improving. While this is happening in the West, in the contemporaneous time with Manduk Upanishad or this Devimbo Upanishad, there was something happening in Greece in the 5th century BC. And they were also developing the concept of consciousness from their point of view. In fact, somebody was telling that Go was just not clean. When we have solutions or answers, there are other doubts and other questions. That is the way world moves ahead. That is what was taught by big bunch of philosophers, 9 philosophers to be precise, from different patterns and different schools. And their head was Socrates, and he told, go on questioning. Don't wait for somebody to answer it. Go on questioning. And if you get the answer, go on questioning. Then only your consciousness will be mature. And in fact, 9 philosophers were Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Aristophanes, Xenophon, Herodotus, Thucydides, and then came the dramatization of consciousness by Sophocles and the latter Hermes, first Pythias, Critias. These are the 9 philosophers who have created fundamental understanding of consciousness in the Western world. But was Western isolated from Eastern world even those times when communication was far? That is explained by one of the Alexander shows. Alexander made Diogenes before he invaded various parts of Europe up to India and reached Rus. This gentleman, Diogenes, was sleeping and Alexander sleeping in the sun, and Alexander stood backwards, Mahatman, and man, what can I do for you? He just audaciously told him, stand out of my sun. Alexander told, but tell me something I should do for you. I'm going to conquer the world. He told up to now up to eastern side, I'm trying to reach India and conquer it. And then from India, you give me a philosopher. And Alexander came to India. He made, all those who follow Vedanta philosophy now, P.A. Danda. There was a philosopher in India and in Sri Lanka. His name was Dandinya. He was playing a Danda, he was called Dandinya. And he came and asked the same question, Dandinya, and told, will you accompany me to this? He told, who gave you the authority to ask me this question? Why should I? I'm comfortable here in my roots. He told, no, I didn't forcibly pick you. No, you can take my body, but not me. You can take my body. Now what? Body is different. Now you stand out of my son. Then I explain who am I and who is my body. Anyway, Alexander's historians write, he told, whether it is Dandinya or Diogenes, it seems their brains are connected. So, when things are happening in this, similar things were happening in India also around the same time, because it is told that these Upanishads, timing of the Upanishads and timing of these 9 philosophers working in tandem in Greece were almost same. But they had not defined consciousness completely. They were all mind-minded in consciousness. They thought of what consciousness rests in mind. But the first attack on defining consciousness was by Locke, as a philosopher called Locke. And he tried to define it. He tried to extricate consciousness from mind and bring it to a holistic human system. And he told that it is only human beings who are conscious, because we do not know, we have not yet discovered the consciousness like Bhadachetna or like consciousness of the trees or consciousness of Anthropoid or these animals. So it's not that it is here. Human beings have only consciousness. It is now we have not discovered what we are confident about. In fact, we can be lost. We can be volatile. So, after Locke gave some definition, but first Western god of consciousness or Western interpreter of consciousness was known as René Descartes. It is around 16th century, 16th, 20th century midpoint. So René Descartes defined consciousness, but it was found out, they call it Cartesian consciousness, but it was found out it is as good as our consciousness defined in Vedas or in Mandukya Upanishad or Chittagambha Upanishad or Krishna Yajurveda, it will go to the original. So, in consciousness is where you are connected, but when mechanical consciousness, world-changing consciousness comes to mind, like India had 6 philosophers. Hello? Any interruption? Did it?
No, sir, you are audible, completely audible, sir.
Yeah, and because somebody made a comment in between, that's right. Anyway, there are 6 Jews who turn the world upside down at their pace. The first such Jew developed the concept of consciousness or injecting the Western world with the idea of human observation of consciousness. First Jew was King Solomon. He was part of the Abrahamic religion, the figure that Abraham inherited, then came Solomon. He taught the world, he made the world conscious that we should have saving for future. He told our knowledge should be converted to wisdom. And third, he told that world can prosper provided it has got at least tips of peace. These 3 things King Solomon introduced to the mankind. Then came the second Jew, who later on propounded a big religion. And the second Jew was none other than Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ propounded again three things. Love, he propounded three things for his world of mankind. Love, forgiveness, and brotherhood. Then came the third Jew. His name was Karl Marx. He told, nothing will work unless there is roti on my table. So he created the concept of bourgeois and proletariat. And in the world, half of the world remained capitalist, half of the world became communist because of Marx and Engels. And Marx was the third changer in fact, global arousal of consciousness. Then the fourth came, he was great Spinoza, Baruch Spinoza. When even Einstein was asked, do you believe in God? Not God of your kind, but God of Spinoza's kind. What is Spinoza's God? He told God is not a human being or God is not a figure. God is the sum total of laws of nature and natural equations. Totality is God. That is Spinoza's word. Then came the next Jew, and he was Sigmund Freud, the psychologist who told sex drives the world, our rights drive the world, sum total of our rights drive the world, and he created a psychosomatic consciousness world. Then the sixth, nobody can forget, he told everything is relative, nothing is absolute in this world. And his great Albert Einstein. These are the six Jews, and science changed because of Albert Einstein. Newtonian science gave rise to quantum science, and in fact all fields of science got changed. Scientific consciousness got changed because of one man called Albert Einstein. So this is how the consciousness changed over ages. Then came the faith, what is called, every step human beings take, whether it is space, it is ocean, or it is land, every step human beings take to get new consciousness. But all of them exist in this world. Nothing is new. In fact, no discovery is new, no innovation is new. Only it is awareness. It is revealed to us. So, consciousness will not have a full stop. It will go on revealing itself. I tell you, now Google is telling 2040, you can download your thought from your mind. When Russell was asked, do you believe in God? He told, yes, I believe in God, but God is customized if you have got consciousness. In fact, before him, Locke had told that a person is consciousness. If a person doesn't have consciousness, he is a carcass. So, Bertrand Russell, when he asked, your consciousness do not define God? Yes, it defines, but not of your kind. He told, I have got two poles. One pole is my realization. All my past is already realized. And all my future, if I can think of, they are thought. Future is thought, past is realization, and they shake hands with my present consciousness. The realization shakes hands with thought, and it is my present consciousness, that is my God. That's why he wrote in his book that thought can think of nothing but thought, because there is nothing to think excepting thought. Realization can realize nothing but realization, because there is nothing to realize excepting realization. So, it was Bertrand Russell's way of stimulating consciousness of the present, that of existence of God. So, these are in sum total, these are a few development of consciousness over ages, and consciousness will continue to develop in all fields of our choice, whether it is biological, metaphysical, physical, chemical, or even softer side of our life, that literature or any other yet to be created area of knowledge, bank of knowledge. So it brings us to a consciousness parameterization. That consciousness can be broken into several parameters, and like it has been told by Gensburg that knowledge is nothing not broken epistemology. It is not broken into science or arts or physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology. Knowledge is a total entity. We break it for ease of our assimilation, understanding, and taking it forward. Similarly, consciousness is a term. If it is to be understood as a one word and one understanding, one assimilation, it will be an academic exercise only. If it has to further the world, then it has to be parameterized, broken into bits and pieces, and combined together in a systemic combination, or what is called strategic combination. When critical mass of the world discoveries or inventions require, that we should recreate bundles so that people can digest it and move it forward. If you tell a present day even metro or present day engineers that you try to develop the area of consciousness, I think it will be a suboptimal use of human talent. Human mind is, as I told you, Pinda is Brahmanda, that is what is Paramatma is Atma, what is God is in us, but we have to open it slowly and steadily. And of course, in Mandukya Upanishad, as it has already told, that many things we may not have learned, but it can be revealed. That is proper name, prakat. It can be revealed to us. But similarly, many things we can get out of our consciousness, provided we bundle it with the consciousness of that is why it is called Sat Chid Anand, so that we go to the cosmic reservoir of consciousness from where we can drop and become Aditya universe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And it's been request to the participants and other resource persons, if they have any question, they can ask the professor. And Dr. Kailash Mishra, the former Vice Chancellor of session. Any question from the participants or resource persons? Kailash Mishra. Any question? Any question from participant side? I think there is no question from the participant side, sir.
Either I am very clear or I am unclear. Anyway, it doesn't matter. In any case.
The question may come from, in future also. If question will come in future, definitely we will send those questions to you, and so that we can get
I have one question. Can consciousness evolve over ages? Is it time variant? What is consciousness?
It is already created, only it is revealed over ages.
Now, what is consciousness? What is it that you are talking about?
It is our awareness, our experience, and our logical experience.
Awareness and experience is consciousness.
Sum total of that reveals consciousness. It's not consciousness.
Does a stone has consciousness or not? Does a stone has consciousness or not?
That is not yet established.
It is detailed. It is prasupta spandana. Our shastras clearly define it. It is prasupta spandana.
Shastras define, but Shastras, like I told you, Einstein defined many things. For
I am
this
saying there is
75,
no Shastra. She is not the ultimate authority. His
and
ideas have been questioned by our Shastras also. Padartha Dharma Sangra, if you read, there in that book, he has discussed relativity and rejected it as wrong interpretation of reality. So Einstein is no authority.
okay. Similarly, scriptures are accepted by belief, but they have to be evidential.
Now, what is consciousness? What you are talking about? That is the point.
Totality of the universe.
What does it mean? That stone and also that means all these trees, stones, sun, moon, everything is consciousness. Do you agree that?
Jada Chetana.
What does it mean? That's a word. What does it mean?
It
That
means
word.
it means whatever is its property that is to be revealed to mankind slowly and steadily.
See,
Whatever is able to mankind.
Jada and Chetan are totally opposite, different. They are not one. So what do you mean by that?
One thing is that
No, let us give the winning credit to gentleman who is asking the question. Let me read
अरे
it.
ମୁଁ ବାସୁ କହୁଛି.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Vasudev sir. Actually, sir said that is reflected in Indian culture and the Western cultures. And you know that consciousness can be defined in many ways. That is the states of awareness of our inner thoughts, memories, feelings, sensations, perceptions of our surroundings. It can be also often described as the awareness of our oneself, manifesting the own experiences across the domains of human experiences, such as emotions, thoughts, perceptions, cognition of cognition, awareness of so many things. It is defined, you know better than us also. Thank you so much for your question, and thank you, sir. Sir explained in detail about the concept that is consciousness. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and my humble pranam to you, sir. Then with us, Professor Dr. Kiranti Naran Mahapatra, he is the Dean and Principal, Dreams Institute of Health Sciences and Hospital. And he is the former Principal, Sri Jagannath Medical College, Puri. And he will speak on the topic, consciousness in the planes and parts of being. Professor Dr. Kiranti Naran Mahapatra.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanna, honorable panelists of distinguished personalities. I just like to say that I am a man of medicine. I am not a psychologist, not a philosopher. My subject is medicine, but still, most of my talk will be based on Sri Aurobindo's philosophies. To perfect oneself, one must first to learn to know yourself perfectly and then to control yourself perfectly. The awareness of oneself is most important. Universe is created from consciousness. There is no consciousness, there is no universe. Whatever manifested is behind it is the even consciousness. The consciousness when it starts to create the universe, it results in a absolutely detached from the original consciousness and has gone to the opposite of the Sachidanand. The result is the consciousness becomes inconscient. Now the divine wants to manifest himself, and therefore gradually the consciousness starts to rise. And it depends upon the divine himself to descend down and make the inconscient again to the conscience, the consciousness that is of the divine on this earth and on this universe. Let us concentrate these manifestations on this earth. And man is a fundamental creature that is belongs to that species. Man is a person but of multiple personalities. Everyone knows that it is easier to understand that I am a single person. But when you distinguish between the nature and yourself, when one distinguishes the difference between oneself and our nature, one will see that we have absolutely multiple personalities. Union of soul with the divine is the essential concept in our consciousness. But divine is inside us, inside the creations, is the fundamental concept that we harbor and we view. The divine is itself in the creation. Union of the outer being with the soul is a very essential step towards divinization. Unification of one's being around the soul is one of the fundamental works of the evolution. Human beings inseparable from the universal being. The human beings are not different from the universal, there is a connection between them. But we are absolutely unaware. Yourself separate from your nature is a fundamental thing that we have to fight. The dreams and past within and its consciousness depends upon at which level the consciousness has manifested. Now this has been divided or defined. Manifestation of consciousness as divided into two systems. One is concentric system and is a vertical system. In the concentric system, there is a outer being. That is, we know everyone that we are outer beings, we have outer beings, we know that we have an existence, and without our existence, no one will say what we are. We have an outer physical, we have an outer vital, we are outer nature. But after all, we know that we have a body and a mind, and that's why that is our outer beings. We do not consider that we have multiple aspects of consciousness. But first we have to say that everyone has a physical consciousness, has a vital consciousness, and has a mental consciousness. The physical consciousness is the body that we see. The inconscience, on the inconscient, when the consciousness rises, it comes to the matter. The matter is physical. So we have been created out of the physical. The physical is matter. Now when the consciousness goes above, it becomes vital. That is the living things. We have multiple living beings manifestations. We have you have the trees, you have the animals, and now you have the human beings. But one of the concepts of evolution and the consciousness is that nothing is left. One consciousness is not left behind. Everything is combined. You don't expect a being which is only vital and has no physical. Then you can say that it is not a physical existence, it is a subtle existence. Similarly, the vitals, it is full of desire, values, our inheritance, our anger. So all that bad and good is important in the vital world. And about mental being, that we know that we have a mental capacity by that we think, we discuss, we rationalize, we compare, and make a decisions. We take our road, everything man goes by the mental. Because that man is the only mental being. The vital belongs to the animal kingdoms and to the plant kingdom. But physically, the other can say that inner substance. But you see that no being, suppose a human being is there, it is physical, it is vital, and also mental. No being can be created by physical plus mental. No being can be created from vital plus mental. It's not possible. So every creation has to be all three from the lower down. You see that physical, vital, and mental. That is outer being. We have somehow concept. If you try to know that which is comes from physical, which is comes from the vital, which is comes from the mental, you can just know. But see the inner being. It's something we are unaware of our inner being. The inner being is very interesting. It is very powerful. It is wider. It is not limited like our life. The inner has also respect to inner physical and inner vital and inner mental. If the inner physical, inner vital and inner mental is directly connected to the universal physical, universal vital and universal mental, that means everyone is equal to the universal consciousness, the physical and vital and but we are not our things. We are not our things. So therefore, we have six knowledge regarding inner being. The inner being is that vital is in fact and the outer being. Inner being has a connection to the universal consciousness. We come to the third, the inmost being. The inmost being is very interesting. In the inmost being, we have considers it to be a revolution by thinking mind. Mind does not think in revolution. So who makes it higher vital? The second group themselves are a better person. These are higher vital. Impulses come to the higher side. They give their life for the temple. They give their life for their school. They give their life for their children. All are going to be high vital. What is vital focus? All our desires, daily to day activities, and all what are we? The lower natures of the human being is controlled by the lower vital. So therefore, if you know about all these things, you can know whether you are controlled by you are overwhelmed by lower vital, or a vital proper, or a vital, or a physical vital. All these things can be known if you are conscious of ourselves. And to the inverse thing that I have told you, the inverse thing as a connection to the outer and inner. They connect with the outer being through the inner. So inverse being is a inverse physical, inverse vital, and inverse mental. But in the center of it is the psychic being and divine spirit. It is at the core of the inverse being behind the heart center. It is very interesting because even if you die, the psychic being does not die. What is unique to the person's psychic being is unique for life to come. The psychic being do not change. Our identity is our psychic being. Two psychic beings are not same. Every psychic being is different. What is the power? What is the relation of psychic being? Psychic being is a direct part of the divine. The psychic being is a term that is used by the Sri. It is little different from the soul. That soul is one. But Sri concept is inside is divine spark, which is absolutely a part of the divine. Whereas psychic being is a part of the divine, but in the process of evolution. Both psychic being and divine spark is unique to a person. It goes from life to life. It is many ways to take the human beings, to take the evolutions, to take the nature to the divine age. To make it divine age, the divine consciousness must manifest on earth. They bring from the inconscient to the superconscient to the substantial by the psychic being. Because of the psychic being, man can progress, the animals can progress, the trees can progress, but birds cannot progress because birds have a purpose. Therefore, we find that there is no progress in birds. The birds don't have psychic being. Therefore, they are static, they cannot grow. But human beings and the creatures that is in the earth, simply they are capable of progressing from a lower consciousness to higher consciousness and further higher consciousness. The psychic being grows, whereas divine spark is static. They bring the persons in a way towards the divine consciousness. So they are the truth bearer. They are the path breaker. They will take one person's consciousness to the higher. But unfortunately, people are not aware about their psychic being. But it is quite possible that human beings can detect their psychic being and identify their psychic beings. One of the nature of the psychic being is one psychic being becomes our master. We cannot do a mistakes because the psychic being is attached to the divine. Anything towards divine attached to the being. It won't do a mistake that which is anti-divine. So if your mind, the physical, the vital, the mental goes under the psychic being, it obeys to the divine and becomes divinized. Presently, the mind, the vital, the physical are controlled by ego. But in future, as the evolution progress, the psychic being will come to the front and it will govern this world. It will govern the person. Being the ordinary human beings a very efficient manifestation of the divine consciousness, and the creations will go very fast. That's why psychic being and divine spark and detection of the psychic and divine spark is very important in the earth's consciousness. It is not for a single or two or three persons who want to get salvation. It is for essentially a required for the evolution of the earth's consciousness, because man cannot be the last persons. Now let us concentrate on the vertical system of consciousness. At the top of the vertical system is the divine consciousness, that is Satchidanand. We all know that Satchidanand is the characteristic consciousness of the Supreme. And when the Brahma decides to manifest, they manifest the divine Shakti, the divine consciousness and force clears the world. And therefore, what they manifest manifest at different level of consciousness. The different level of consciousness are different natures. You just see that what we have mentioned. One is Satchidanand. Now you come to the bottom of my slide. That is the inconscient. The Satchidanand, when it goes to the creations, it becomes separated from the original consciousness, and therefore a consciousness becomes inconscient. A consciousness becomes inconscient. Now all the consciousness is going past what the physical. We have a inconscient, then we have a subconscious. You see, subconscious is a vast consciousness. It contains many things which we want to throw it out. We want our bad consciousness goes, but it does not go immediately. It becomes in the subconscious. And when you are not alert, it again comes up. That's why you find the man's nature comes again and again. It's not so easy to eradicate our nature. That's why, because of this subconscious. And you see the area we have physical, we have vital and mental mind that we have discussed. So this is the lower mind or aparadha. So this is lower mind. Mind and lower down is aparadha. The middle portion is lower mind and is mind and higher level of mind. The supermind is truth consciousness. Below the Satchidanand is the supermind. Now in the higher mind, the knowledge comes from the faculty of higher thought process, our mental activities. Now many saints and devotees of the world, great thinkers, belongs to the higher mind. They are great scientists, they are great leaders, they may be great poets, they may be great sportspersons, they may belong to the higher mind, and great saints that belong to the higher mind. So there are a number of people who are going to the higher mind. So above the mind, one will go to the higher mind. Now below that, and if we find the higher mind, then there is it's called illumined mind. Illumined mind, the knowledge does not come from the thinking process or mental activity. You know that mind cannot know the truth because mind has no knowledge of knowing the truth. What mind does? Mind knows the truth, they try to know the truth by analyzing, by comparing, by thinking that is in the in this book, that is in the book, that is the so and so has told. So they compare and find out the truth. But they don't have the truth, the knowledge of truth they don't have. The consciousness cannot find the truth. But even mind will try to know the truth in different ways. The higher mind is to the higher thinking process. But human mind is by the light, the truth light. They know the consciousness, they have anything they want to know, it comes through their light. They mean that from the light, they know the truth light, not the thought process. From the truth light, they know that it's human mind. And it will be easier to understand that this human mind is difficult to understand, yes, but I can give you one example that has been shown by SHRI, that is, in Chaitanya Dev is a manifestations, is a avatar belonging to the illumined mind. So you just know that what is the level of the illumined mind that who belongs to the Lord Chaitanya Dev, and you know how difficult it is to reach the consciousness of the Lord Chaitanya Dev. Then the next level of consciousness is intelligence, that is called intuitive mind. Here, what happens? They have the intelligence, they know the knowledge, they becomes the hour not by light, but by identifications. They know everything by identifications. Any truth they want their consciousness process it, they know it, they enter it, and know the truth. That is intelligence. That is also very difficult. It is not that what we say normally intelligence, oh, you see a person, immediately you say that this is. You have not heard anything, you are not hearing anything, so, oh, this is intelligence. Similarly, a writer is writing, oh, intelligence come, and he writes excellent books, that is intelligence. But that's not the final thing. So what is the intelligence in the consciousness? You can see there, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa, one of the great modern saints of India, is the avatar of the intelligence mind, intuitive mind. So you know how many people are capable of reaching to the intuitive mind. That is Lord Ramakrishna. So Lord Ramakrishna is from the intuitive mind. So it is absolutely very high level of consciousness. See, above that you will find overmind. Here the truth consciousness is there, supermind is there, but Supermind is truth consciousness. What is there in the overmind? Supermind is a delegate of the supermind is overmind. Overmind is a delegate of the supermind. Here, the truth consciousness, the truth is there, but from here, the division starts. The Supreme Mothers are, there are four fundamental powers of the Supreme Mother, that is Maheshwari, Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati. All these manifestations, they are unified at the overmind level. But still, divisions are there, the conscious divisions are there in the overmind level. But they are the direct delegated by the supermind to govern this world, and all the modes we see from the various religions, and the highest level is overmind. It will be easier to understand that what overmind consciousness is. Overmind consciousness of God is Lord Krishna. So Lord Krishna, overmind is not an ordinary consciousness. It's the Lord Krishna's consciousness. How many people can reach it? But man can reach it. Because one man has achieved anything one man has achieved can be achieved by others. So overmind consciousness is absolutely different. The people cannot understand overmind, but they follow overmind. And you see what the people will say about Lord Krishna. They will say that he has hundreds mistakes, thousands mistakes, but they will follow him. Because it is overmind and no one can understand what he is doing. His thinking process, his working is absolutely different than what others can think. So that is about overmind. What Sri Aurobindo has represents, what he has intended to do, to take the mankind from the overmind to the supermind. That is the work that Sri Aurobindo has tried to do on this earth. He has descended the overmind. What is the principle? The consciousness first descends down. It goes to the creations. It goes to the, and what is there inside, they ignite it and they make that. So a higher consciousness descends to the downs, and then next thing manage, and that consciousness becomes a part of the creations, and a new creations comes up. That is the principle. First the higher level of consciousness descends, and then the creations. This supermind has descended on this earth already. The man is under preparations. Man is not the man. It cannot be the last evolutionary process. It is a midway. It cannot be the summit of the creations. So this supermind is the truth consciousness. The light truth consciousness that cannot be hidden anything from the supermind. If the supermind manifests on the earth, the man will be absolutely different. There will be Superman, not like the Superman that we have heard in many cartoons. That is not the Superman that we are telling. Here is something different, which is consciousness over the Superman. Its characters, what will be its characters, what will everything has been written extensively by Sri Aurobindo, and we have very little time to think that, we have enough time. So nearly I have finished my talk about the supermind, and above it we got the section. So therefore we want to say that the evolution, the consciousness depends upon what is the level of the consciousness. The higher consciousness descends down, and everyone has the possibility of the divine, because psychic being is there, divine spark is there, everything is there, that is hidden. So once the higher consciousness goes down, or the lower consciousness goes up, they make combinations and makes the consciousness higher and higher. One step, the higher consciousness down, then take the higher consciousness to one step above and make the higher consciousness in the evolutions. And you will see that everything depends upon the consciousness. What is the distinction between an animal and a human being? The great distinction is between our consciousness. The animals mans are always inferior than animals in every aspect, except the mind. They cannot run faster, they cannot hear better, they cannot see the matter. So any aspect you'll find the animals are much better than human beings, but still humans are much above because of their consciousness. The similar things, when the supermind will manifest on this earth, the supramental being will come up. The difference between mind and supermind will be so much that it is greater than the mind and the man and animal. So, friends, the consciousness is bound to rise, the conscious evolution is going to fight, and everyone that we are fighting here, we fight here because we are human beings and we are dealing with mind, and we know that mind has no power to know the truth. Now, before I come to some of the things that I just took lines I want to tell, one is environmental consciousness. See, everybody has an environmental consciousness that is related to the our inner mind, inner vital, and inner physical. So anything from the universals, they come through the environmental consciousness, then to the inner consciousness, then to the outer consciousness. If one will be conscious about the environmental consciousness at that particular level, everything can be stopped. Disease can be stopped. The bad thoughts can be stopped. The Lord nature can be stopped. Everything can be stopped. If you know where is my environmental consciousness, that is my aura. So anyone can try and find it out. That is nothing abstract. These are all, everything can be practiced. One can find out what is the psychic being. There are various methods how to find out the psychic being, because that is a part and parcel of the divine in the creations. There is a term called central being. The psychic being comes to the evolutions. Every person have a central being that is called Jivatma, that is different from each body. He sees our evolutions. So he presides over our evolutions. He presides over our manifestations. So everyone has one central being which does not take part in birth and death, but he develops and controls ourselves. Therefore, the central being, when you know the psychic being, you will try to know our central being, and because the central beings representative is psychic being, and central being is a part of the divine. So divine, central being, and psychic being, Atma, Paramatma, Jivatma. So Paramatma, Jivatma, and Atma. So we can say like this, and inside the divine being is divine spark. It does not change. Whereas psychic being, it changes, it grows from the life to life. And what is our aim? The whole outer being should be controlled by the psychic being, because that is the one thing which will take us to the higher level of consciousness. Until we reach the, presently we don't see that we can reach the Satchidanand, at least we will try for Supermind. But there are various brewers and other things that they can make a shortcut and directly merge with the divine. So that is not my talk, but this consciousness we can experience, we can know, and we can go up. That is my thing. So psychic being can be identified with persons. We can know our different personalities and different consciousness. Friends, it is a matter to explore ourselves and find out what is consciousness. But man will definitely fight with each other, because there is no truth that mind can know. They can only compare and find out and try to know what it is. So thank you for allowing me to give you the talk. And I believe, I just want to admit that I am not a philosopher. I am a man of medicines. So all my shortcomings you will not keep in your heart.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation from Sri Aurobindo's perspectives. But one question is coming from the audience. As a medical practitioner, as a professor of medicine, what is your own experience about consciousness in one line, sir? Because it is time.
Whatever is there is absolutely true. If you look into ourselves, we'll find there are many consciousness. We are controlled by many consciousness. A single person can be affected by lower consciousness. The single person can be affected by the higher consciousness. So once you are affected by the higher consciousness, it will be different, absolutely different. When you are affected by the lower consciousness, our activities are absolutely different. So one person in one time is very good. The same person is very bad in another time because of our consciousness. So we should be prepared to go up and up and up.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one question.
It is time, sir.
Only one question. Sir, being an administrator of a medical college, how teach our students about consciousness and how to adopt this course inside the curriculum, sir? Sir, give your expert opinion, sir.
Now what I am now introducing in the classes, people don't accept that we have different natures. They don't know, they don't allow themselves, they know they are one. But now we are trying to make them, this is a bad thing, we have three natures, that is Raja, Sattva and Tamo. So you know yourself, what part is Tamo? You try like to remove it, because that makes you a great doctor. No doctor is great with Tamo gunas. No doctor can be. If you have Sattva guna, you will be a great doctor. Your presence will heal. So that's my teachings to my students, and gradually I am introducing this concept to the students. Know yourself. Know what is Raja guna. what is tamoguna, what is satoguna. Make us believe everything. I think nothing is taught. That is one important sentence of Sri Aurobindo I have remembered. Nothing can be taught. They come from the teachers. They know from the teachers. If the teacher is not there with this consciousness, the students will not learn whatever you teach. They will not hear anything. So consciousness has to go from the teachers to the students.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Definitely, we are benefited a lot from your presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, in your near future, we'll touch with you relating to this concept.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much again, sir. My humble pranam to you. Then we have with us Sophia once and Dali. She is the founder of U Balance Vietnam, Rocheville, Vietnam. The topic is Vietnamese spiritual values, a path to collective and individual consciousnness, and how we understand and practice in modern days. So I request and invite words that is Sophia and Dali.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you, all the guru in this Zoom to allow me to represent U Balance to talk about my topic. So may I share my file, please? I already prepared my talk with a recorded presentation because it's now already midnight in Australia. So I just want to make sure that I share the right message and the right timing.
Comment ça va, Paul?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Thank you. I will play the file.
Oh, ma peau.
Namaskar. We are Dr. Diba Prasad Das, student from Vietnam. Thanks to Dr. Das, who always encourage us to develop our thinking and learning from all the gurus in this online seminar. And thank you for the chance to have us to share our thoughts with you. Our presentation today is more like a report of how we observe our people consciousness rather than an answer about what consciousness is. This topic is about how Vietnamese people form their thinking and beliefs to fight through the colonial time. It's over 1,000 years. Our consciousness, for our understanding, a collective one, and binds with our spiritual values, which is formed over the hard time and still strongly respected and practiced in the modern day.
Allô, c'est Paul.
We are Dai Ly and Sophie Dao from Vietnam, founder of U Balance. As you can see that our company, with the pictures of our website and our fan page with over 10,000 followers. We and our team are coaching Ayurvedic practices for Vietnamese people. We used to work in international company and got a degrees overseas. We also commit to give back to our community in so many ways, such as online teaching or scholarships. Good karma is also one of our priorities in running this business. This is an overview on our history and political management. Back then, we had so many wars and influences with China for over 1,000 years, plus 100 years of French colonial rule, 5 years with the Japanese Empire, and the American War only just finished in 1975. In overall, we never conquer or invade any countries, but being a colony for a very long time. Why is that? Maybe we have the answer later. And now we are under the management of communism over 50 years. They are very strict, control our religions and practices to make sure nothing will go against the policy. Even though we have 100 million people population, and mostly is under the age of 32, with open-minded mindset. We love to learn from the world. We're very dynamic, but it looks like everybody is very well behaved. As you can see, we are a very thin country facing Pacific Ocean on the east. Like India, we are in the top 15 most populous country in the world. 85% of ethnic composition is Kun, added up over 53 ethnic groups, each with unique tradition and languages. 40% of the population living in the big city like Hanoi, our capital, and the largest economy hub, Ho Chi Minh City, or Saigon, as known under its own name. For culture-wise, our heritage deeply influenced by our history, which includes a blend of old traditions such as Confucian, the value of respecting the ancestor and education, and from the French in education and architecture, and also from the US with some modern elements. For language, official language is Vietnamese codified by a French priest. So we have some loan words from both French and Chinese. We also teach Darwin theory in high school. This is a very interesting conflict or an interesting blend when you look at the religions. Predominant religions is Buddhist, with a very strong influences from Confucianism and Taoism. Folk religions and ancestor worship are widely practiced. Catholic is more popular than Protestant. Public festivals such as Tet, Lunar New Year, is similar to Chinese New Year, and Mid-Autumn Festival. So this is, we think, how consciousness is formed over time through history, through our geographical feature, through our political events, is struggling between science, obviously Darwin theory, and history, and our spiritual beliefs. So today's agenda, we are looking deeply in our key spiritual beliefs and values, as well as the influences from some major religions and philosophy. We channel down to our daily life practices and festival ritual, which carry on until this day. So the first and foremost is ancestor worshipping, cúng tổ tiên. To our strong belief, ancestors remain spiritually connected to their descendants, influences their lives. We often honor our ancestors through ritual and offering to ensure their blessing and protection upon us. We also make sure our kids respect the elders, family tradition, and continuous to respect those values between generations. The second key of our belief and values is influenced by Taoism. Living in harmony with nature is very important in our traditional and principles. It emphasizes balance with the natural world. There are some must-have rituals when you buy or build a new land or a home. Is the ritual to honor the land god, Thổ Công in Vietnamese, and the kitchen god, Táo Quân, or the god of wealth, Thần Tài, or any important events of the year such as weddings, funerals, or open a business. We all request for a lucky day or a feng shui reading. So living in a harmony with nature reflects a respect for life's interconnectedness and balance. Last but not least, we believe in karma, loop, and rebirth, reincarnation. Karma for us dictates that action have consequences in this life and the future lives. We believe in what goes around comes around. We also encourage the acts of charity, meditation, and chanting sutra to accumulate good karma, not only for ourselves, our family, but also for mankind. and the responsibility for one's actions and their impact on others, fostering compassion and mindfulness. Moving to the second outline of today's talk is the influences in major religions and philosophy. There are three major ones. The first is Buddhism. It was introduced in the 2nd century CE. Buddhism profoundly influences Vietnamese spiritual value, with key teachings include impermanence, mindfulness, and compassion. Our popular practices include visiting pagoda, chanting sutra, and meditating. Second, Confucianism really shaped moral and social value rather than spiritual ritual. Key teachings include elder respect, ethical behavior, and integrity. It also focuses on duty and moral consciousness in relationship and governance. The third, Taoism. Taoism contributes to Vietnamese idea of balance and harmony. Key teachings include living in accordance with the Tao, simplicity, and humanity. Emphasis on flowing with life, nature, rhythm, and avoiding extreme. The painting is called Vinegar Tasting on the left. It tells a very interesting story about vinegar tasting between the three wise men, Confucius, Buddha, and Lao Tzu. Life is vinegar, respectively. Each man's expression represents the predominant attitude of his philosophy. Confucian saw life as sour, in need of rules to correct the degeneration of people. Buddha saw life as bitter, dominated by pain, suffering due to attachment to possession and material desires. And Lao Tzu saw life as sweet due to it being fundamentally rich, perfect in its natural. Or the interpretation of the painting is that this is another view of the painting. Since the three men gather around one vat of vinegar, the three teachings are one. So in Vietnamese have all of the above philosophy blended in our thinking, or we can call it our consciousness. We can see them in our ritual, offering, practices toward all of the above beliefs. Let's look at our spiritual practices and festival. Major festival and their spiritual significance are Tết, Vu Lan, and Mid-Autumn. Tết, which is Lunar New Year, is the occasion to cleanse the past and welcoming a prosperous future through offering and ritual to our ancestor, kitchen of God, God of wealth, etc. Vu Lan festival, also called the filial piety, and also called the Ghost Festival. This is the occasion we show our gratitude to our parents, forefathers, and also honoring the deceased ancestor and relieving the suffering of wandering spirits. The Mid-Autumn Festival, we celebrate gratitude to the moon deity, and it often tied to the harvest and family unity. Pilgrimage and sacred spaces. Pagoda temple visit, the site like in the picture, Perfume Pagoda, Biden Temple, are visited for prayers and spiritual renewal. Natural sites, sacred mountain and caves, such as Yên Tử, always hold a deep spiritual meaning to Vietnamese people. We also have vegan meal along with these chanting, mindfulness and meditation practices to wish for peace upon humanity, to ourselves, to our family, are also very popular on this special day. The last one is about our spiritual value in modern day of Vietnam. Today's fast-changing society, spiritual values are evolving while retaining their traditional essence, such as blending tradition with modernity. Many urban dwellers integrate traditional spiritual practices with modern lifestyle. The rise of mindfulness, meditation, and yoga. Many young people, even the younger generation, are adopting meditation practices, yoga practices, influenced by both Buddhist tradition and the global wellness trends. For the environment, we have environmental awareness as our spiritual duty as well. Protecting the environment is increasingly seen as a moral and spiritual obligation. Given that we have very young population, but we are very respectful of elders, family-oriented, and optimistic, I believe these attributes will carry on for many years to come. In summary, we are not a poor and weak country, but I believe that we choose to be peaceful and respectful people. And we also choose to sumco human filial piety. We respect and devote our caring to our family, especially our ancestors. We believe in living in harmony is the best way of life, living in balance with nature, society, and oneself. Having regular meal vegans for the body, mind, and soul cleanse every month. We also practice compassion to be acting with kindness and generosity, gratitude, acknowledging the blessing of ancestor, spirit, and others on us, mindfulness, chanting, being present, and self-aware in thought and action. All the points above reflect our choice as the way of life and our consciousness, and I am very proud of it. One of our representatives for our consciousness is Thich Nhat Hanh, a Vietnamese monk who experienced 3 wars and wrote over 100 books about mindfulness from 1966 to 2021. His most well-known book is Peace in Every Step. We can say that this is the best example of our consciousness, of understanding the way of life we pursue. Thank you for listening, and please share your thoughts so we can learn from you. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I hope you well my presentation.
Any question from participant side? No, request to all the participants, if you have any question, you can send the question in chat box. That will be better. By that, you can ventilate the question to this person. Still, any question from participant side? I think.
Excellent. It is excellent, sir.
Okay. No doubt. It is excellent presentation. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Sophia and Daili, the founder of U-Balance. Vietnam topic is really excellent. That is Vietnam is spiritual values, a path to collective and individual consciousness and how we understand and practice in modern days. Thank you so much. Madam, one request to you, if any question we find in future, then definitely we'll send the questions to you and you please give the answers. That will support us to send the answers to the questioner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you all.
Humble pranam also to you, ma'am. Humble pranam. Thank you so much. Then with us, another great resource person, Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera. Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera is the director, Super Specialist Unit, High-Tech Medical College, Postgraduate Institute, Bhubaneswar. And he will speak on consciousness and women's health. With us, Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera. Sir, are you with us? Professor Dr.
Yes,
Rabindranath?
yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Pranam, sir. Pranam. My humble pranam to you. And last time also you presented very nicely your paper on the theme consciousness, and this time also we are expecting that also from you. Nice presentation it was last year. Okay, we are welcoming Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera for his topic on the consciousness and women's health. Professor Behera.
Good evening, Susandhya, to all my honorable guests and the audience there. Jai Jagannath, Jai Ma ODISHA. To start with, okay. To start with, I am Professor Dr. Rabindranath Behera, Medical College Superintendent, High-Tech Quantitative Institute, Bhubaneswar, and Director of Super Specialist Wing, High-Tech Medical College. The topic given by the Honorable Chairperson there, because I am a gynecologist, so they put consciousness and health dealing with women, that is women's health. So my first and foremost pranam to everybody. Let's start our session. So I am telling about my topic is women, that's female, and consciousness. My topic will be categorized in the following headings. Number one, I will go for definition. Second, what are the health issues today we are discussing in consciousness towards female health? Definitely, prevention is always better than cure. And finally, little bit recommendation to everybody. So, anyway, whenever we are coining anything, we must know that is called nomenclature. And what is that nomenclature? Nomenclature, that is namakarana. Like on 21st day of our Hindu society, we give some names to our sons or daughters. Now, this nomenclature, what I want to elaborate you today is consciousness. It is derived from a Latin term that is called conscientia. What does it mean? Acknowledge, share with others. And it is derived from the Latin word SHRI, S-T-I-O, that means I know. The tuberculosis health comes from Old English word means WHO. Coming to consciousness, I am now telling what is the definition. Is the awareness of oneself and the whole world around one, including thoughts, memories, feelings, sensation, and environments. So, everybody knows on 7th April 1948, World Health Organization defines health a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of the disease. My topic today is definitely health, but that is one partner of the coin, men and women, and dealing with women. So women and men have many of these same health problems, but they can affect women differently. Some diseases, some conditions are more prevalent in women's society that I think everybody knows. First, foremost, I now go for obesity. Everybody is getting obesity, depression, is osteoarthritis, and what is most important, physiology is pregnancy, and ultimately when you go aging, you come to menopause. So, actually, coming to this consciousness, I divided like this. First of all is reproductive health, followed by nutrition, pregnancy, teenage, with sexually transmitted diseases, with gynecological diseases, like last part I am going for cancer and menopause when you become old, with all these menopause problems. And nowadays now women and smoking and alcohol that everybody is day to day problem. Definitely spiritual health, we are now sitting here, that is the most important thing, spiritual health and social health, healing violence, self-esteem, self-worth. Mental health, the most important of today's problem, stress, panic, anxiety, depression. I am leaving to my counterpart, Dr. Tufan Pati, Professor. Now, now, most important thing, most important thing, what I mean today, you know, as a block cut, there is a cogwheel. I put today's topic, women, is the cogwheel of a block cut, around which the whole family cycle of the human being rotates and rotates and rotates. If your cogwheel is strong, definitely the human life cycle will be optimized. Here I am putting you women. Everybody coming for child, then teenager, becoming adult, ultimately becoming old age, and ultimately succumb. First, let me go. What is the consensus about consciousness, about problems dealing the day-to-day physiological menstrual period? Everybody know our concerns in the early days when you are having period, you are being so-called, little else from family. You'll be giving little bit other diets, you'll be wearing other costumes. Now, this is gradually getting changed. This is conscience. Our conscience towards a normal menstrual cycle is completely changed. Days were there where period coming from 15 to 45, but nowadays it is 13 to sometimes 50. So as environment change, as attitude of the public change, as society surrounding getting changed, so this normal menstrual cycle also getting changed. This is the normal scenario of a female. And once it is going abnormal, what do you mean by that abnormality? That consciousness I am now going to tell you just a very simple formula. If your period is monthly, regular, average, and cycle, that is 28 days. Now I am giving a simple formula. 28 plus 7 minus 7. What does it mean? If 28 plus 7 becomes 20, less or only if your volume of blood more than 80 cc, it is called menorrhagia. If you are getting pain more than discomfort, it is called dysmenorrhea. So this is the abnormal period, but nowadays we are calling this abnormal uterine bleeding. So this consciousness towards this normality and abnormality, nowadays it is going on. Now, coming to missed period, that means late period or missed period, that is coming as you may go for a secondary ammonia, maybe pregnancy or maybe something else. That I have already elaborated. It is too early, bleeding in between, and blood, the color of the blood is sometimes it is very black color, sometimes it is very red color, and sometimes I tell in Odia, it's called PUI. So these are very, very important things. So these are the consciousness about one most important life cycle that is called menstrual cycle. I told you what is the normal problem, day-to-day problem in our females. That females are getting overweight or obese. This consciousness towards this overweight or obese is only depending on the lifestyle, because our daughters are now going to college, taking taking XYZ, taking what is that? That Chinese sodium glutamate. What does it do? It increases this normal fat. Here I have put, you can see BMI, body mass index. That weight in kg by height in millimeter square, height in centimeter square. Now, I am giving you very simple formula. About the consciousness about body mass index or your health status or weight. Remember. There are two types of things. One is British type, one is African type. Now, this what I have told you BMI is British type. Now I am coming to American Diabetes Association classification. You simply take a measuring tape. Just go above anterior superior iliac spine and just measure. Again I am telling, go anterior superior iliac spine, just measure. I am giving you another mnemonics or tricks. For females, remember what 7. For male, remember what 8. If female is less than 72 centimeter, your health is a optimized health. Remember, 72 to 78 is overweight, and more than 80 is obese. Coming to male, less than 82 is normal. 8 is obese. So why I am telling you, lot of problems are coming because we are getting obese, we are getting overweight. Now I come to little bit dealing with, because everybody knows our day-to-day life is jeopardized because of our day-to-day A, B, C, and D, E, K. And most important, all these vitamins have their good and bad habits, because vitamin is sometimes very rare. Simply I'm telling you vitamin A. When you are small kids, we are taking, cod liver oil. They are giving one cod liver oil, just like a transparent capsule, and we take that. And that nowadays you will get it in so many things. And B complex is very important. Most important, I am telling you here, vitamin D. Nowadays, what we know, we are reading all babus. Babu, we can go in all where everywhere there is said, SC everywhere. And for that reason, nowadays, vitamin D3 essay, that is a common practice throughout the globe. When we are students, we are not doing that because we people are playing with open, simply a pen, no kanji, nothing. And we are playing a lot of sunshine, a lot of rays we are getting, and vitamin D3 this is there. Nowadays, since this is completely out, in our sedentary habit of work, now we are writing vitamin D3 was 60,000 weekly or bi-weekly. It is essential, yes. It is called as an antioxidant. Remember, again I am telling, vitamin C in optimal dose, what you all are taking or I am giving, 500 milligram PDS or 4 times daily is an antioxidant. Just I am reminding you and I am telling you, vitamin C, mega dose of ascorbate is an oxidant which can cure a lot of disease. That international seminar on vitamin C, in a COVID time, you will be astonished how many patients we just help to be cured by mega dose of vitamin C. You know what is the dose? It is not 1 gram, 2 gram. It is 50 gram, 50 gram. You will be astonished what Ravini is telling. It is personally accepted. Now, coming to most important thing of our women is definitely become a mother. because she'll become pregnant. And in pregnancy, what we want before pregnancy, proper counseling, proper psychologically and socially is fit to a baby. So proper antenatal care counseling is very, very important. Government of India has done a fantastic thing giving ASA workers. You know, these ASA workers, I usually tell they are reviewers of this antenatal care. As a gynecologist, I used to tell minimum T antenatal checkup, please do, and minimum 3 ultrasound. Because some people are telling, oh, doctors are doing ultrasound because they want money. No, wrong, wrong, wrong. Because there are so many diseases which you never, ever can see by putting hand on the abdomen, like plasmodiphia, embryo placenta, lot of things. Next, definitely when we are counseling, we are giving iron, folic acid, and visiting counseling to the respective mothers. And we find out there is some high risk like blood pressure, like diabetes, like thyroid, a lot of things we are not. Now you know India is a diabetes hub. So accordingly, we treat with them with proper counseling with our medicine counterpart. Nowadays, somewhere we are getting also teenage pregnancy, which I told we are mentally not optimized or prepared at that pregnancy. Coming to most important thing in delivery status. Nowadays, I think more than 95 to 99% of cases we are doing institutional delivery, and it is a fantastic thing. Earlier, it was domestic delivery, but where we are doing domestic delivery, the trained guys, asas, they are helping. Important, operation is not important, important also postpartum, that 42 days, 6 weeks, you must give proper food, proper counseling to the mother, give the breastfeeding to the baby. So lot of things is important in pregnancy and lactation. Now coming, this all I'm categorizing in one group is sexually transmitted disease. I use this word, this disease which is sexually transmitted, the diagnosis is very, very important, and very important education and counseling. Why we are getting a sexually transmitted disease? So it usually comes from different partners of different societies, and sexually transmitted disease is the treatment of both partner, male and female. Sexually transmitted disease is the partner, male and female. So a lot of these sexually transmitted disease you're getting like vaginitis, cervicitis, vaginal discharge, odor, and here again I'm putting counseling. Here I'm putting this thing, you must have to tell these mothers or these females that these are the things, and you have to take proper hygienic condition and show to your doctors at an early date. So all these sexually transmitted disease is very, very important. How you should avoid proper training, proper counseling, proper teaching, and number one, try to avoid this nonsense, so many chemicals, viral gouge, but wash yourself properly, wipe correctly, and change your tampons. Don't sit in wet clothes. Don't wear tight pants. Wear cotton underwear. Cotton is the best, you know. And remember, my usual word, limit your number of sexual partners. This is very, very important because now HIV is rampant. Nowadays, and you know, definitely sleep is very important. A small pineal gland in the brain releases melatonin. You sleep 6 hours, I think lot of your diseases will be getting out from you. As I told you, you have to maintain your weight and exercise regularly. All these medicines, either Ayurveda, homeopathy, anything, take when it is required, but don't take up and down. This I just little bit I tell you regarding sexual transmitted disease like gonorrhea, chlamydia, herpes, human papillomavirus, syphilis, HIV, hepatitis B, C. The most important prevention is better than cure is abstinence. Be faithful, and use condoms. These 7 dwarfs of menopause I have mentioned you, because everybody will become old. We will become old. As we become old, our hair becomes so whitish, and the skin becomes wrinkling. So what I put here, 7 dwarfs: itchiness, protein, forgetfulness, and psychosomatic. So now, these are the things these menopausal ladies should do. Most important thing, how can we prevent all these sexually transmitted diseases? It's simple. Again, I am telling, the simple test is a nuclear test, a smear. A simple smear can keep you aloof from transmitted disease and HP. You don't yeah, it will be so nicely eliminated. But our logistic problem is that some terrain area, some river area, some highly uneducated, you cannot go through all these pathways. But simple, again I am telling, cervical cancer is 100% preventable. Again, 100%, provided we do path test and accordingly we pursue HPV test and colposcopy. So now, coming to menopause, as you tell, this menopause 21 to 65 years. This path test, we go up to 65, otherwise we don't do that. And for all of ladies information, if sexually not active, 21 to 29, get a path test if it is normal every 3 years. Number 30 to 65, a path test, upon its test every 3 years. And if a human papillomavirus test done is normal, you do for 5 years. Older than 165, older than woman 65, no need. If there is no strictly any additive factors. And day in and day out, this picture I have put because you cannot work in your office, you are mentally, you are a little bit upset, you have depression because there is a urinary incontinence. And this urinary incontinence caused by so many things, either by hormonal, either by menopause, either by prolapse, either by procedencia, so lot of things. And this simple exercise, I mentioned you, is Kegel exercise, K-E-G-L. It is a simple exercise, I have seen, shown you the photo, it is called pelvic floor muscles exercise. Coming to menopause, I have already elaborated to you, cramps, anxiety, swing, irritability, nausea, bloating, and night sweats, evening sweats, and dryness of everywhere, including vagina, period must be irregular, and loss of libido. Perimenopause, definitely you are mental, you will be swinging, and there is heart classes. And postmenopause, a higher risk condition coming to osteopenia, to osteoporosis, now senile osteoarthritis, coronary disease, and urinary infection going to everything. Here, I just want to tell you only one thing. Everybody will become old. Everybody will become, after age 40, will be having all these problems like osteoarthritis, senile osteoarthritis. Remember, nowadays, as you know, pain is the fifth vital sign already elaborated globally. We are giving now pain management therapy. I think you know this a lot of pain management therapy. But for all of your kind information, we have instituted pain management therapy without steroid. I use this word, without steroid, because steroid has its side effect. Pain management therapy without steroid. And coming to heart disease, you know, because of our irregular day-to-day activity, attitude, our social problems, now 55% of women recognize this trend. 55% in outside, in West, but nowadays in India also like that. So now, West, we become, we advanced. And what is the advancement? We are taking alcohol and we are taking, what is this? Lot of cigarettes and ultimately what happened? We are taking cigarette, we are taking alcohols, ultimately they are nicotine. But there's lot of sedation factors in our body, and ultimately we succumb to multiple triads of various diseases. Now, what I mentioned here, pain, age, and strain. And most importantly, strain, which will taken up by my colleague, Professor Topanpati, very soon. Now, during this malaria, I have already told you, this is calm. You know, if mother or a female cannot work, and for that reason, I think nowadays, the government of Odisha is also giving some relief to all females. And you will be getting headache, you will be bloating, you will be getting also irregular bleeding. Coming to mental health, these I put a nice picture so that my counterpart, Ganpati, will take out this tomorrow. Now, many depressive psychoses. Life is full, today up, tomorrow down, tomorrow up, today down. But when you feel sad, you feel empty, hopelessness most of the time for at least 2 or 3 weeks, just falling, keep feeling, keep you alone from other activities. That is for your depression. And these many depressive cycles is very, very important going for someone's suicidal tendency. And it is a serious mental health in today's world. Now you see a lot of divorce, lot of suicide going on. And this should be changed. This should be well taken off. Anxiety, everybody is anxiety. You have anxiety, I have anxiety. But it's a normal response to stress. But when it remotely, when it crosses boundary, it affects your day to life. Nowadays, they are telling 1 in 5 adults in the United States, they are having anxiety disorders. But women, if you do something anti-anxiety, anti all these disorders, it is yoga and meditation. That is the best of the best. Preventive medicine, I told you, definitely prevention is better than cure. All this I have already mentioned you, like screening test, pap test, breast self-examination, and some endoscopy like colorectal cancer, like esophageal cancer, uterine cancer. There is no screening, but it will be very much counseling about uterine cancer and ovarian cancer. Ovarian cancer 2 days back, we were telling it is a ovarian cancer, you cannot diagnose, but nowadays it's changed. Everything you show your doctors, give the proper test and preventive measures. Breast, I told you 5 steps. If you know how to examine the breast, is very, very important. Put your arms on the hips and examine your breast in a mirror. Raise your arms and over your head and look for the changes. With your arms still over your head, look for any signs, the fluid coming out, any ripples. Lie down on your back, use your right hand to feel your left, use your left hand to feel right. Feel your breast in the shower when you are taking. It is easier when the skin is wet and slippery. Cover the same hand movement, just get in step 4. If you have found a lump, if you found anything, see your doctors. But today, my take-home message to everybody, including my audience. Sarira Madhyam Kharu Dharma Sadhanam. What does it mean? The body is the means of fulfilling dharma. Dharma is very, very important. So, it is the teaching in Upanishad which are important texts in Indian Vedic culture. The meaning of sloka, Om, that is the body, is the only way to complete our life activities, and that is therefore our primary duty to keep ourselves healthy and healthy. You know, health is wealth, and to you all, my thank you and pranam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Really, the paper is excellent, and you prepared very good slides on the theme. But one question is coming from audience side, sir. Actually, as a gynecologist, we want to know from you when consciousness enters to the body, whether at the time of fertilization or any time, or at what time.
Fantastic question. This I want to tell you. You know, I was working 15 years overseas. One day, I saw a Chinese lady putting something on her tummy. I just went there, I saw, and I did not tell. That day, I did capitulate how scientifically true our Indian culture. You know that Abhimanyu was in mother's womb, and mother was telling, and was asleep. So what you asking me, actually that is very, very important. from the mother. As if our parents and grandparents are telling, just tell yoga, tell Shodoko, tell Ram Ram. That is very, 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 very important. That is being impregnated and ventilated to the life it is inside. Yes, you are correct, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your answer on the question. Thank
Sir,
you so
one,
much.
sir, one question, sir.
Yes, 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 sir.
Sir,
Yes.
2 points came to, two doubts came to our mind. When the man and woman both met each other, during that time soul entered, or when fertilization is first month or second or third month, soul enter inside the fetus.
100% correct. Only when, okay, I'm telling you a very scientific way.
Sir,
Man is having sperm, female is having ovum. Ovum is coming through the fallopian end, imperial end, and sperm is coming just like a solid, just like a soldier from cervix and uterus. When they meet at the fallopian tube, that is ampulla part of the fallopian tube. When they meet, yes, that time the soul comes. Not that every day man and female they are meeting, their soul coming. Because until and unless that Augustus gets ovum and the great man sperm meet and the forming a zygote, that is the time when soul comes. After that, 7 weeks, 6 weeks sometimes, your heartbeat comes. Am I clear?
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Garbhopanishad clears this question. So you can read Garbhopanishad. Every step, when the soul enters, everything has been explained in that book.
You are correct. You are correct. Our forefathers, our heathen people, what they have told, it is fact, fact and fact. During pregnancy, if your mind is okay, if you are listening all spiritual things and good things, that will be reflected to your fetus coming down as a baby. This is very, very important, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your explanation also of the person led by Dr. Das and
That was,
Dr. Mishra also. So thank you so much, sir. And
lot of thanks to everybody. My pranam.
thank you. Then we have with us Antonova Natalia Ivanova Alexander, the Doctor of Philosophy, working Institute of Consciousness of Moscow, USSR, and she'll speak on the topic consciousness and level of reality. Our presentation will be interpreted by Professor Alexander Robit Jalevo, the mental health teacher of State Medical University. So I request Antonova Natalia Ivano Alexander to speak on the topic consciousness and levels of reality, and it will be transmitted by Professor Alexander Rovich Jalevo. I welcome to both the personalities, great personalities, who will speak on the consciousness and level of reality, and another person will interpret it in English language. So I welcome and I humble pranam to both of you. And pranam to both of you.
Доброе время суток, дорогие друзья и коллеги.
Hello, dear friends and colleagues.
Прежде чем мы приступим к нашему докладу, мне бы хотелось сделать небольшое замечание.
We need to share the screen for the PowerPoint, and one little note is needed to be made before we start.
Думаю, что всем нам придется сделать небольшое усилие, чтобы перестроиться с гинекологической тематики на онтологическую.
I think that we need to make some effort to tune up our consciousness from the topic of gynecology to the topic of ontology.
Итак, Меня зовут Антонова Наталья или Наталья Ивановна Антонова. Я доктор философии и директор Института сознания Москва. Поэтому я приветствую вас из заснеженной, уже зимней России.
So, the lady's name is Natalia Ivanovna Antonova. She is a professor and the director of Institute of Consciousness, and she's greeting you from the snowy Russia.
И, пожалуйста, познакомьтесь с моим переводчиком. Это также доктор наук, доктор медицинских наук Александр Заливин.
And let me introduce myself. I will be interpreting this talk. My name is Alexander Zalivin. I am a PhD and medical doctor from Omsk, Russia.
Тема доклада звучит следующим образом.
Презентация, она тоже презентация как.
Презентация, thank you.
We need to show the PowerPoint.
Сколько там нужно нажать?
5.
5. Она не нажимается.
Показ слайдов. Показ слайдов. Наверху показ слайдов, оттуда пойдем. Some technical moments, 1 minute.
Так, что сделать?
Показ слайдов.
А где показ слайдов?
Наверху в списке.
Так, тут только вы запустили демонстрацию экрана, остановить совместное использование. Здесь я не вижу показа слайдов.
Выше. Главная вставка, дизайн, анимация, показ слайдов. Вот он, повыше, прям выше еще.
Вижу, честно говоря. Дистанционное управление, сводка, пауза, новая демонстрация, чат. Участники, у меня здесь нет показа слайдов.
Все, оставим как есть, тогда идем.
Ну, хорошо.
Let's start in this way.
Хорошо, так. Итак, интересно, что так сюда. Итак, это название доклада «Сознание и уровни реальности».
So that is the name of the talk, the consciousness and levels of reality.
Эпиграфом я взяла слова Абхайчарна Равинда Бхактивиданты с вами. Вы видите его на экране.
Мышку немножко в углу, берете? Да, спасибо. So, the beginning is the quote of His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami. The presence of consciousness indicates the presence of the soul in the body.
Итак, часть первая.
Part 1.
Современная материалистическая наука безуспешно пытается решить, в кавычках, трудную проблему сознания и найти ответы на 2 вопроса. Почему мозг рождает сознание и каким образом мозг рождает сознание?
Modern materialistic science is unsuccessfully trying to solve the difficult, so-called difficult problem of consciousness and find answers for these 2 questions you can see on the screen. Why the brain generates consciousness and how the brain does it.
Современное определение понятия сознания, по признанию специалистов, ученых, вызывает значительные трудности, якобы из-за его широты, универсальности и размытости.
The modern definition of the concept of consciousness, according to scientific experts, causes significant difficulties because of its breadth, universality and blurriness.
Видимо, поэтому в перечне определений сознания можно встретить и взаимоисключающие понятия.
Apparently, therefore, mutually exclusive categories can be found in the list of these definitions.
Но зададим встречный вопрос. Корректна ли постановка задачи учеными? И действительно ли мозг является причиной и источником сознания?
But let us ask a counter question. Is the task set by scientists correct? And is the brain really the cause and source of consciousness?
Ведь если это не так, то все совершенные академической наукой в этом направлении усилия, все ресурсы и средства будут попросту выброшены на ветер.
After all, in this, if it is not the case, then all the efforts made by academia in this direction, all resources and funds will simply be thrown to the wind.
Напомним при этом, что еще в древней Бхаратаварше, несколько тысячелетий назад, осознавшие себя йоги могли совершать невероятные с точки зрения западного человека чудеса, а некоторые из них способны на это и сегодня.
Let us recall that even in the ancient Bharatavarsha, several millennia ago, self-realized yogis could perform miracles incredible from the point of view of a Western person, and some of them are capable of doing this even today.
По этому поводу хотелось бы заметить, используя реплику ученых Московского государственного университета, которые оживили интерес российской науки и философии к проблемам трансперсональных состояний сознания в лаборатории психологии общения и психосоматики.
In this regard, I would like to note, using the remark of Moscow State University scientists, who revived the interest of Russian science and philosophy to the problem of transpersonal states of consciousness in the laboratory of physiology of communication and psychosomatics.
Я цитирую.
Let me quote.
То, что ставили в качестве сверхзадачи отечественные психологи в начале революционного XX века, с иными целями осуществляли буддийские учителя 2,5 тысячелетия назад. Хотя, конечно, истоки медитативных практик уходят в еще более древнее прошлое.
What domestic psychologists set as a super task at the beginning of the revolutionary 20th century was carried out by Buddhist teachers 2.5 millennia ago for other purposes. Although, of course, the origins of meditative practice go back to an even more ancient past.
Древнее прошлое, о котором идет речь выше, представляет собой аутентичные ведические учения, практики и технологии, в основе которых неизменно лежит атма-татва-джнана или атма-татва-гьяна, философское знание о душе.
So this ancient past discussed above represents authentic Vedic teachers, practices and technologies which are invariably based on Atma-Tattva-Jnana, Atma-Tattva-Jnana, philosophical knowledge about the soul.
В Бхагавад-гите, одном из базовых текстов индуизма и главных канонических писаний, сказано: органы чувств выше неодушевленной материи, ум выше чувств, разум выше ума, а над разумом стоит она, душа. Бхагавад-гита 3:42.
You can see on the slide the quote of Bhagavad Gita, one of the basic texts of Hinduism and the main canonical scriptures. The sense of organs are above inanimate matter, the mind is above the senses, then intelligence is above the mind, and above the intelligence stands it, the soul. Bhagavad Gita 3.42.
И еще один интересный пример.
And another interesting example.
Обратимся, например, к модели шабды, четырехуровневой структуры звука чатваривак, содержащейся в Ригведе и Веданте, Брахма-сутре.
For comparison, it will be interesting to address to the Shabda model, the four-level structure of sound, Chatvarivak, contained in the Rigveda and Vedanta, Brahma-sutra.
Указанные источники или названные источники указывают следующую четырехуровневую структуру звука.
So these sources address to four levels of sound.
Первый и самый высший уровень – это трансцендентный звук паравак, уровень, на котором звук не отличен от предмета.
The first is transcendental sound, paravak, at the level at which the sound is not different from the object. Слайд листаем.
Второй уровень. Уровень звука пашьянти, или то, что можно увидеть, звуковой образ. Это область будхи, разума.
Second level is the sound of pashyanti, means what can be seen, sound image, the area of buddhi or intelligence.
Третий уровень звука, так называемый уровень мадхьяма. Он расположен на платформе ума, манас. И это этап преобразования звукового образа в логические структуры и понятия.
The third level means madhyama, the medium. It is located on the platform of the mind, manas, and the stage of converting the sound image into logical structures and concepts.
И, наконец, уровень звука вайкхари – это чувственно-вербальный уровень или физическая вокализация, речь.
And the fourth level is Vaikari. It is the sensory verbal level, physical vocalization or speech. Пожалуйста, полистайте слайды. You can see these four levels here.
Вот, да, используя четырехуровневую модель звука, можно проследить механизм преобразования трансцендентной реальности, так называемую тонкоматериальную и физические формы.
Using this four-level model of sound, it is possible to trace the mechanism of transformation of transcendental reality into subtle and then physical forms.
Вот, например, как описан в Ригведе, момент творения Брахмой материальной вселенной.
Here, for example, it is how the creation of the universe was made by Lord Brahma. It is described in Rig Veda.
Конструктор вселенной Брахма начинает творить, услышав трансцендентный звук флейты, шабда или паравак.
The constructor of the universe, Brahma, begins to create by hearing the transcendental sound of the flute, shabda or paravak.
Брахма, тело которого состоит из чистого элемента разума, будхи, трансформирует чистый звук пара в образы чувственной реальности или тонкие формы различных проявлений жизни.
Brahma, whose body consists of a pure element of intelligence, buddhi, transforms pure sound, paravak, into images of sensory reality or subtle forms of various manifestations of life.
И эти формы, преобразовываясь, обретают грубую плоть.
And next, these forms, when they are transformed, acquire gross flesh.
Таким образом происходит процесс созидания реальности через так называемое уплотнение звука.
This is how the process of creating reality takes place through the condensation of the sound.
А, кстати, если посмотреть на экзистенциальную реальность глазами Иммануила Канта, то, как ни странно, также можно выделить в ней те же 4 уровня.
By the way, if you look at the existential reality through the eyes of Immanuel Kant, you can also distinguish the same 4 levels in it.
Итак, первый уровень – это науминальный мир, или мир вещей в себе. Это и есть духовный мир, это и есть паравак.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Immanuel Kant. You can see Immanuel Kant. And the first level is the world of things in themselves, which means spiritual world.
Второй уровень – это уровень интеллектуального размышления или разум.
Second level is intellectual reflection, means reason.
Третий уровень – это уровень ментальных построений или рассудок манас.
The third level is mental considerations, constructions made by mind.
И, наконец, четвертый уровень – это так называемый феноменальный мир явлений, чувственный уровень восприятия, физический мир.
And the last physical world, fourth level, is the phenomenal world of phenomena, the sensory level of perception.
Но интересно, что именно на эти же уровни указывали, например, Платон в «Государстве» или Артур Шопенгауэр, говоря о мире как воле.
Slide. It is interesting that exactly these levels are addressed by Plato in his State and addressed by Arthur Schopenhauer, speaking in his World of Will. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Это уже схема идет, пока нет. Итак, напомним, что и исследование, например, такой области, как современная квантовая физика, также подводит к выводу о причинности тонких волновых форм, таких как солитоны или торсионные поля, и по отношению к плотным объектам физического мира.
Let us recall that the research of modern quantum physics also leads to the conclusion about the causality from thin waveforms such as solitons and torsion fields in relation to dense objects of the physical world.
Таким образом, наша гипотеза будет заключаться в следующем.
So, our hypothesis will be as follows.
Причинной основой эмпирических явлений реальности являются процессы, происходящие в области имплицитной или непроявленной реальности.
The causal basis of empirical phenomena of reality are the processes occurring in the field of implicit or unmanifested reality.
То есть на уровне атмы, интеллекта, ума и чувств.
That is at the level of atma, intelligence, mind and feelings.
И в этой логике разделение функций полушарий головного мозга является лишь механизмом реагирования на процессы, происходящие на непроявленных уровнях реальности.
In this logic, the separation of functions of the cerebral hemispheres is only a mechanism for responding to the processes occurring on unmanifested levels of reality.
И аргументом в пользу подтверждения нашей гипотезы является, пожалуй, способность человека мыслить или оперировать символами, образами и понятиями.
And the argument for this conception will be the human ability to think and operate with symbols, images and concepts.
Перед вами схема 1. Она отображает психический процесс трансформации идеи в вокализованную речь, ну или физическое слово. Обратите внимание на элементы этой схемы. Идея, образ, понятие и слово.
So this first scheme shows the physiological process of converting an idea into spoken speech. You can see that idea is turning into image, then into concept, which is on visible level, and then becomes vocalized words.
На схеме 2 представлены модусы трансцендентного звука шабды. Это, вы видите, паравак, ашьянти, мадхьяма и вайкари.
The second scheme shows the forms of the transcendental sound, shabda, and it is described as paravak, ashyanti, madhyama, and then turning into vaikari.
И интересно заметить, что элементы 1 и 2 схем полностью эквивалентны. и находятся в соответствии.
It is interesting to note that elements of these two schemes, first and second, are equivalent and correspond each to other.
Так, модус идея соответствует трансцендентному измерению реальности атма.
So you can see that modus idea totally corresponds to transcendental dimension of reality, means Atman.
Образ – это уровень разума.
Image is the level of reasoning.
Понятие коррелирует коррелянт ума.
Intelligence and concepts is correlating with the mind.
И, наконец, эмпирическое измерение Вайкхари представлено на схеме 1 модусом снова.
And finally, Vaikari, the empirical dimension of transcendental Shabda, is represented in the first scheme as the word.
Делая комментарии к Бхагавад-гите,
Making comments on Bhagavad Gita,
известный святой философ и религиозный деятель Ачарья, основатель ИСККОН Абхайчара Наравинда Бхактивиданта Прабхупады, с вами Прабхупада, да? Замечает, что наличие сознания свидетельствует о присутствии души в теле. Бхагавад-гита 3.42, комментарий.
Making the comment on Bhagavad Gita, the famous saint, philosopher, and religious figure, who is Acharya founder of ISKCON, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, knows that the presence of consciousness indicates the presence of the soul in the body. In Bhagavad Gita it is written in 3.42 in commentary. We were addressing to this verse in the beginning.
И таким образом ведийские источники, указанные философские труды Платона и немецкой классической философии, подчеркивая первичность духовного порядка, номинальной реальности, мира идей, мира как воли, и вторичность проявленного физического мира, приоткрывают аутентичную природу элементов сознания.
Thus, the Vedic sources, the specified philosophical works of Plato and German classical philosophy, emphasizing the primacy of the spiritual order, which is nominal reality, the world of ideas, the world as will, and the secondary nature of the manifested physical world, reveal the authentic nature of the elements of consciousness.
В данном случае нам предлагается не просто упорядоченная структура аутентичной природы человека, но и ответ на вопрос, каким образом она формируется.
In this case, we are offered not just to know the structure of human consciousness, but also an answer to the question of how it is formed.
При этом уровни интеллекта, ума и чувств, как элементы, в кавычках, тонкого материального тела живого существа, отражают аутентичные свойства сознания, которыми обладает душа атма, сверхчувственные, трансцендентные гостья этого мира.
At the same time, the levels of intelligence, reasoning, mind, and senses as elements of the subtle material body of a living being reflect the authentic properties of consciousness possessed by the soul, Atma, a supersensible, transcendental guest in this world.
Thank you very much. Благодарим за внимание.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Antonov Natalia, General, and thank you also. Professor Alexander Jalibu. Humble program to both of you. One questions coming from the participant side.
Один вопрос есть.
What is
Please
What is
speak a little
consciousness?
slower. Please speak a little slower.
What is consciousness? What is consciousness?
What is consciousness?
From your experience, from your own experience.
Окей. Скажите, пожалуйста, Матаджи, что такое сознание из вашего собственного опыта?
Мой опыт позволяет
Презентацию можно
согласиться.
закрыть.
Что?
Презентацию можно закрывать уже.
Мой опыт позволяет мне согласиться с тем, что говорит Шилпрапада. У меня нет оснований ему не доверять. И я прекрасно понимаю, что сознание, безусловно, это те проявления души, это какие-то структуры, присущие именно душе. Именно душе, которая в этом материальном мире также каким-то образом, это очень особый разговор каким, но проявляют себя уже вот в этом материальном или эксплицитном мире. И они постоянно себя проявляют, в этом нет сомнения. Понятно, да? Можно я еще раз уточнить?
Я переведу, если что, уточню. So, Mataji is saying that she is agreeing with what Srila Prabhupada was talking. She has no evidence or arguments not to be in agree with him, that consciousness is a revelation of the soul. And in material world, in this external world, it is the soul and consciousness are somehow revealing itself. It is a difficult topic how to describe the influence of the consciousness on this explicit external material world, but somehow the consciousness is a revelation of the soul or spirit. And I can add a couple words.
Например, даже такой известный достаточно западный философ, как Гюссер, он разделял чистое сознание и мышление. То есть, если мышление – это физическая категория, то сознание – это чистый разум, да, или это трансцендентная категория.
For example, such Western philosopher as Edmund Husserl was discriminated two conditions which were pure consciousness and thinking. And he was teaching that pure consciousness is free from contaminations, and thinking is a physical, subtle but physical process.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Спасибо большое, мы смиренный поклон обоим. All glories to Pandits and all who are here listening to this deep topic. Thank you so much.
Then with us, Mrs. Sudharina Mahanti, having so many experiences, and she's also a king of this area.
Namaskar.
Sudharina Mahanti, I think Mrs. Sudharina Mahanti, she is with us. After that, we'll invite Mrs. Sudharina to speak. First, Mrs. Sudharina Mahanti, she is the National Lecturer, the Theosophical Society of India, Regional Secretary, Theosophical Order of Service, TOS, Delhi region, India. I invite and request Mrs. Sudharina Mahanti. Request and invite Madam Mrs. Sudharina Mahanti.
Yeah, sir, I'm audible, I think.
Yes, yes, you are audible, madam. Completely audible, and you are also visible.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Namaskar to all of you, and I really thank the organizers of this online sessions based on many aspects related to consciousness. We have been hearing about bodies, mind, soul, consciousness, and various aspects, nature, implications, implementations, yogic, and meditative aspect, spiritual consciousness, a lot of things we have been talking about. And I've got a bad throat, so I will be speaking in brief, and also I'll go slow. Please allow me to speak slow because I might cough otherwise. Okay, so I hope I'm visible and audible. I'm not going to present any slides, I'll just speak. The topic I chose when I was given a list of things to choose from, I chose primarily something around, reincarnation, rebirth, birth, death, and all. So, is it that I'm going to talk about, sir?
Your topic is life,
Yeah.
death, birth, rebirth, and consciousness.
Yes, yes. So, I would like to start with an example. There is this creeper called morning glory. If we closely observe that, these flowers come in the morning, they bloom in the morning, and then within a few hours they die. In their death, they are almost as beautiful as they were alive. They bloom for a few hours and cease to be, and in their death, they do not lose that quality of a flower. They still retain that quality of a flower. And we human beings live for, let's say, 30, 40, 60, 80, 90, whatever years, in great conflict, in misery, all the pleasures passing by, and we die rather miserable, without delight in our heart, most of the people, and also in our death, we are as ugly as in life. So when we deeply think about certain things, we would understand the whole life is full of ideas and facts. The flowers blooming in the morning is a fact. Dying after a few hours is also a fact. Whereas when we're living our life with all our miseries in our heart and mind, conflicts in our heart and mind, we have never tried to be in contact with the life itself. I would talk about definitely life, death, consciousness, and reincarnation in between two lives. But before that, all of us sitting here, we all know that we all have a past as our memory, our experiences, our knowledge, the traditions, whatever we carry forward. These all things are remembered in our very present, and in the passage of yesterday to today to tomorrow, all these are shaped, controlled by our past experiences, past thoughts, past events, and this is about the whole life. Life after life, we carry certain past experiences, certainly, if not the experience itself, but the wisdom of it, or the very sanskara of it, the very knowledge of it, it carries forward. So when we talk about our bodies, mind and soul, spirit, matter, all these things, people who are expert in this topic, they would agree. The very basic things when we look at this physical body, this is only the tip of the iceberg, I must say, because the whole universe is so huge, this physical body is a very miniature thing in that. And there are solar systems, there are galaxies, a lot of things, our planets. Then we, as individuals on this earth, we have our very organ systems, people who are into medicine practicing, and people who are doctors, they know much more about this than me, I must say, because we are just seeing the external part of it. But then, as a student of science, at least I have studied that my body has organ systems, there are cells, molecules, atoms, and its energy, we all know that. Now, when we deep dive into this thing, we all understand that whatever we call as energy, as an energy, it is vibrating at a frequency, and we are catching similar frequencies, and we are creating our daily life as our daily karmas. Why I'm talking about karma, I'll come to that when I talk about reincarnation. But I'll talk about the concepts of birth, rebirth, or reincarnation and consciousness, which very often overlap in our philosophical, spiritual, and psychological discussions. Now, everything in this universe, throughout all its kingdoms, like there was a question from one brother sitting here, like, what is consciousness in stone, or in things which we think that it's dead. There is nothing called dead here. Everything has life. There is nothing called dead or blind matter. Rather, consciousness is a state of being in every kingdom. Like, it sleeps in the minerals, in the mineral kingdom. It's in the dreaming stage in plants. Then it is waking up in animals, and in humans, it becomes self-aware. That is the only difference. So consciousness is becoming self-aware in humans, whereas in the lower kingdoms, they are there, but it's either sleeping or half sleeping, just started waking up, something like that. Now also, as others also referred, that it's the state of being so that we are aware, we are able to think about our own existence, our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings, and our surroundings, environment, and it is considered to be the central aspect of being a human. Now, we know that there are biological aspects of it, there are philosophical aspects of it, spiritual aspects of it. So I would not touch upon those points, because in short span of time, I just wanted to understand and speak about consciousness in brief. Now, birth is the beginning of a new life. We all know that. Like I referred that example of a flower. It blooms. It comes in with a new life. The moment when a new organism enters the world, we call that birth. And it also marks a transition from a potential being to an active participant in the world. There is life. Now it started operating and it is taken birth. So birth can also refer to the beginning of a new phase of life. You would have heard people saying, I got a new birth, I had an accident, everything got changed after that. Or I kind of underwent a phase of my life, and suddenly I got realized about certain things which I was not aware of. I think it's my new birth. People talk about it. There are many examples where people say, until I read this, or until I had that accident, or until I went to the place and got some self-realization, I actually was referring to life in a very different notion. I think I've got a rebirth. Now, to talk about deeply about rebirth, now when there is birth, there is rebirth. So there is this word re, and from there only we talk about reincarnation, punarjanma. Reincarnation has got two words, re and incarnation. Now what is incarnate? Incarnate is when the spirit gets embodied, like avatar. So avatar comes from avatarana, means descending and disappearing. So all divine avatars, they come for a divine purpose, and we human beings, we come to develop ourselves. Like very recently, I was talking to my daughter. She's 18 years old. So we are just talking about normal life and developing ourselves and all. So it was just a casual conversation wherein something just clicked to my mind. I said, do you know why? What is that proof that we are not perfect? She said, how do you know that we are not perfect? I said, it is my logic, of course. Correct me if I'm wrong. I somewhere feel that because we have got this birth here or a rebirth here, we have got a chance to be perfected. We are not perfect. We have still got imperfection in our thoughts, feelings, actions, and words. And we have got this chance. Through this reincarnation, through this avatarana, I have descended to this human life again because I have got a chance to develop myself. We are not perfect, so this is a chance for perfection, towards perfection. Now, as we know, it's again and again. Is to learn the lessons of life again and again. As we know, there's a spiritual evaluation to get perfection, and we know that development has no limit. And this life is a laboratory to practice or experiment what we have kept on learning in our past lives, in this life. So life is a test. It is putting us in our test. Whatever we are learning, we are being tested. We are moving for different version, like version 2.0, 3.0, like how technology advances. We all are actually changing our versions by being perfect. Reincarnation is definitely a chance for us to evolve. Now, The next question is, who's reincarnated? Is it the body who's reincarnated, the soul or the spirit? We all know that, there's this body, soul and spirit. So let us look into this one by one. Now we know that body is a dwelling space. We call it a coat of the skin. And as long as we have this body, we keep in touch with the surrounding. Because we need this body to operate. There are 5 senses through which we are operating. We have got these great powers of thoughts and feelings which make us human. That's why we are aware of our being. That is, the consciousness is fully self-aware. So the body is an instrument through which we are operating. And soul, it comes from psychic, if I kind of do a Greek translation of psych. So that's psychic or psychology or a derivation of this psych is soul. Soul is something which is building the life after death. Every time there is a birth, then the rebirth, the soul is taking a new form. Bhagavad Gita clearly talks about it. We are only using different bodies to operate, lives after lives. Soul is not dying, only the body is dying. So basically, that is about body and soul. And spirit is the third immortal matter, and it has a state of consciousness. So when we grow in our inner world, why I'm saying inner world? There is something called as outer, and there is something within. So we cannot just say there is something in the surrounding and I'm being affected and I'm being driven by, but then there is this inside thing also, the inner being, the higher being, the diviner self. So there is this lower of my self and there is this higher of myself. People who have studied the 7 bodies of life, 7 bodies of human, they would agree that there is this lower mind and this higher mind, all this Atma, Buddhi, Manas, higher mind and the lower mind, and there is this desire body, the emotional body, then the physical body, this gross body. So different bodies are there we are operating with. We cannot just say that this body is dying, that's why it's gone. It's not gone forever. The new life is also evolving. And the new life evolves in cycles. It doesn't go in a straight line. We go and come. It's a cyclic process. And this takes place by repeated lives on this earth. And every time we are progressing. Like one of the other speakers said, I kind of would use different words. If a man has done, a man can do. So through reincarnation, whatever wisdom, whatever past experience, whatever samskara we carry, we have got from that level to move upwards. We cannot just go backward. Every time in new life, we are learning, we are acquiring new things, and we are growing. So when I talk about reincarnation, as I said, we see the 2 sides of the coin, my karma, the deeds, my actions, and the reincarnation, the new avatar. My actions are always affecting the world all the time. So whatever I'm doing is affecting me within and without. I am unhelping, I'm selfish, I'm cruel, or I'm a very helpful person, I'm selfless, I'm kind. It all will come up in my next life. Forget about next life. We all know if I do something, if I'm, I cannot sow apple seed and expect a mango tree to come up. So whatever I'm sowing, it will reap. So this is what the karmic law is about. The law of karma is very, very transparent, is very straightforward. It affects at all spheres of our life. So reincarnation and karma both go hand in hand. That is why even if in one family you would see there are many kids in the same family, but they have different temperaments, they have different lifestyles, they have different philosophies of life, they have different approach to life, because everybody is an individual and everybody has a past. Whatever has happened in our past, not just my recent past, but maybe in my past lives, it builds up my being, my thought process, my whole system of being in this life. So if I talk about life after death, So it is not a death actually. Death, it's not a dead end. It's renewal. It's a continual change. So when a man dies, like we are sleeping, we are detached from this body for that particular period of time. People say they are dreaming. Some people say no, they're in the astral body. They are operating in another body. So let us not debate because many philosophies, many thought processes. So we actually don't know the truth. We are only studying, we are approaching, we are experimenting. But yes, there are different levels of our awareness. That is very sure in many philosophies and people who are scientifically studying this or people who are approaching spiritual science. So, like when we go to sleep and we leave this physical body for that particular moment and we are operating in whatever body, let me not say that body's name. Similarly, when this body kind of is not anymore helpful. It cannot operate. It cannot operate for my evolution, my highest being. So definitely I will not use this body. I will go for another body. So it's as simple as that. We get attached to this body. That's why we invite all these miseries and sorrowfulness and all this, right? Now, since I represent the Theosophical Society, I thought I would talk about what Theosophy talks about consciousness. Consciousness is regarded in philosophy as a multi-layered and evolving aspect of human soul. Theosophical students and theosophists, they view consciousness as not merely the waking state of awareness, but that spans multiple planes of existence. As I said, there are 7 bodies, so there are 7 planes. So those plane of consciousness could be primarily physical consciousness, that everyday awareness of our physical surroundings and body. Emotional awareness, of course, like our emotions, our desires, whatever I wish to do, the pleasant and unpleasant things I keep in my memory and I try to, do that more and more if it's good and avoid which is bad for me. So all those emotional consciousness. Then there is this mental consciousness, like about my cognitive aspect, the intellect in me, my ability to reason out, the thoughts, all those things. Then there is the spiritual consciousness, and it is the highest form of consciousness. And we human beings, as I said in the beginning, that we are on a journey towards perfection. The very goal is to evolve more and more, elevate that consciousness, unfold that consciousness. So there is this higher self, which is in a broader term, that refers to the spiritual aspect of a person. A man, without realizing or not, would definitely be evolved to a level up. We call it superhuman power, a higher self, an adept, Hansa, Paramhansa, whatever we name it. But this is the evolution journey. So the soul journey through this birth, rebirth, and expansion of consciousness is a cyclic process. And at one point in time, we will self-realize it. We will be enlightened. There is this spiritual enlightenment. The cycle of birth and death, one after another, allows the soul to evolve through experiences. So I learn something, then I'm aware of it. As we do in our physical world, that this is how we do. People who meditate very often or as a practice, they also get clarity about things in their meditative experiences. So these are soul's ongoing journey of spiritual evolution, and it's governed by karma. The more and more we focus on certain thing, we would carry forward in that. So karma is definitely the key of it. I cannot avoid. I cannot just say that why my life is like this, because I created it. I caused it. In whatever situations I am in, I'm an intellectual, I could have created it. I'm a fool, I would have created it. So it has nothing to compete with any other thing, any other entity. Me as an individual, how far I've gone to do my karma on a particular line, on a particular path, that is governing my growth, expansion of my consciousness, my evolution, my unfolding. So nobody will limit me also. It's unlimited and it's ultimate. The expansion of consciousness through self-purification. So when we talk about purification, if my body is pure, my heart is pure, my mind is pure, I would be a channel of that higher consciousness. Many a times we are so much engrossed in gossiping, backbiting, bitching, thinking negative all the time, getting anxious over every damn thing. So we are not maintaining that purity of our mind and heart and soul and body, and we expect that we elevate ourselves to understand that consciousness. Probably not. So let us use this life. Let us look at life closely. What am I doing? In what way I'm purifying my life, my physical body? I'm cleaning my physical body, definitely. Everybody does that. What am I doing to purify my heart and mind and soul? Am I doing any effort in that? So I would like to conclude with one thing which I personally talk many a times in many forums. I've talked about it. We keep on doing a lot of things. End of the day, what am I being? We are going to offices, we earn money, we buy houses, cars, we are in a very luxurious life. We do a lot of things in this world. Yes, we do charity, we go to NGOs, we go to do donation drives, we love people, we help everybody. At the end of it, what matters is what am I being? So when I'm more conscious about my being, my doing will get a proper purification. And when I'm doing a daily review of what I might be, my daily review will help me to better my tomorrow. My tomorrow will be deciding my day after tomorrow. Similarly, my weeks, months, my lives, like days, weeks, months, years, then life. So every life, when I'm coming to reincarnate, I am a better version of myself. So this is what I practically understand. I'm not a very learned person. I do not go to bigger schools to study many things like yogic exercises or meditation and all. Whatever I simply believe and I do, that's what I presented. I think we have got this life to be better, and life after life, let us understand that. And that is, I think, the being aware of our true consciousness, being aware of our true life. And if a man has done, a man can do. So let us understand we have got all the power to do that. So when we are reborn, we would be more aware, we would be more ascending towards betterment, towards the eternal divine consciousness. Thank you. Thank you for being, giving me this opportunity. I was brave because I've really got a bad throat. I didn't want to cough. I just made it scorched. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, so much. One thing is that one question is coming from the participant side, and that is you are associated with so many years with the Theosophical Society. You are having so many experiences also in your own life. But from your experience, what you have experienced unconsciousness.
Yeah, that's what I said. Practically in my daily life, what am I being at the end of it? That being is deciding at what level of consciousness I am. If I am fearful, probably, I am still there. I'm at an emotional level, I'm experiencing the consciousness. If I'm strong, I'm able to make decisions. Mentally, I'm, hooked on to certain things and I'm convinced that this is it. So it all depends. Like the more and more we evolve, it all depends. So in certain situations, I'm emotionally aware of it. In certain situations, it looks straight to me. It looks transparent to me. So there I'm mentally conscious about it. So it all depends on at what level I'm operating at that point in time. And every human being goes through different situations. But yes, being aware definitely helps all of us to understand the consciousness. If you're not aware, we are just passing the time, we will not get it.
Actually, what consciousness is from your own experience. But no,
that's what I'm saying. Consciousness is my state of being, which is operating through my body, my mind and soul, my mind and heart.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And my humble pranam also to you. Really, you spoke very nicely about the topic, which you have selected that is life, death, birth, rebirth, and consciousness. In future also, we may discuss on this topic if we find time and if you find time also.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you so much, Madam Mrs. Sundarala Mahanti, for elaboration on the topic. Really, the topic is excellent, and we are benefited a lot from your presentation. Thank you so much. And now I invite Sri Subrat Kumar Pusti, the DDG, Technology Duty, and Innovator for Soil, Sanskrit Operating System for Indian Languages. He is from telecommunication background, very good speaker, learned man, and he has so many experiences on Vedic literature. So I request and invite Sri Subrat Kumar Pusti. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are completely audible and visible also.
Yeah. So I will share my slide.
Yes.
भद्रं कर्णैभिः शृणुयाम देवः भद्रं पश्येमाखिलयजाज्ञा स्थिररङ्गिस्तुष्टभङ्गस्तस्देवहितपदायु. Actually, I am not a Vedic scholar. I am a background from telecommunication department, telecommunication. But I think our job is to connect. So I generally connect different people, different minds, different philosophies, and different verticals. As you know, there was on 21st June 2015, a new history was written. What is the history? It was the first International Yoga Day has been celebrated throughout the world. Now almost all the countries are celebrating this International Yoga Day. So if you go to the United Nations website, you will find a description of United Nations, what is this International Yoga Day? What is yoga? And why do we celebrate it? So according to the United Nations website, yoga is an ancient physical, mental and spiritual practice that originated in India. The word yoga derives from Sanskrit and means to join or to unite, symbolizing the union of body and consciousness. So, and consciousness, that is most important. So, in 2025, we are going to celebrate the 10th year of International Yoga Day. So, till today, what we have done is, we have programmed our body, that is the hardware. Some people have started programming the mind in different ways. They have started in their level, different level, but when the technology is being advanced, we should think electronically. We should also think from quantum physics. We should also think from various backgrounds how to program the consciousness. Because the programming the body will make you can run 100-meter race and the fastest speed. But if your consciousness rises, you will become a super conscious person. So Bhagavad Gita, Sattva Raja Tama. So on the basis the consciousness, it is Tama Guna. Above it is Raja Guna. Then above it is Sattva Guna. Sattva, Raja, Tama. And all these things, all this consciousness cannot be exhibited without the body. And body is the hardware. Just like I am now speaking to you through this internet connectivity. You see how this internet connectivity has worked. We have made a computer. We have made a communication system. We have made lot of towers, mobile towers. And all these mobile towers, what they do, they transmit the signal from one part of the world to the other part of the world. And it connects. So, this started connecting. How it has connected? So, we have a hardware and we also have a software. I am just giving you an example of this United Nations of Yoga Day, how the software is written. If you can see the software, it is a HTML, DIR, LTR, LANG is equal to EN, class is equal to JS, head profile, HTTP, w3.org, like this. So we don't speak in this language. We speak in English. But the programming is done, let's say in HTML, in Python, in different languages. And these languages has been derived so that one machine can communicate with another machine. And my voice, because I am speaking in English, my voice is actually communicating to you, all of you. So, we are programmed. What we have programmed? We have programmed our computer, we have programmed our communication systems, we have programmed the websites, and with all this programming, we have started programming the electronics. And now we are coming to robotics. What robot will do? Whatever the human being was doing, robot will be doing that. So robot will do, we will say, robot, please go and pick that thing. So he will pick and give you. So these are the basis of things. So gradually, this body, the robot body, will evolve. Actually, if we see robot as a body, first we have to think ourselves as a body. We are the hardware. We are the hardware. How we are the hardware? This is the hardware. This hardware has been described in so many ways. In Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna is telling, Idam Sariram Kanteya Khetra Mitti Vidyate. Etadyo Vyekti Jam Prahu Khetrabhya Iti Tadviddha. Dr. Vasudev Mishra sir has already told about this in his talk. What is Spandana? What are the different types of consciousness, Chaitanya? Now I want to tell you that the consciousness actually lives here. This is the city, this is the body, this is the hardware. Ashta Chakra Navadvara Devanam Kuru Adudhya Tasyam Hiranyakosa Swarga Jyotisa Dutaha. Our body is a representation of a hardware. We have 9 doorways, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, 1 mouth, 2 excretory parts. And we have so many karmendriyas, so many gyanendriyas. Mahabhuta, Bhutanya Ahankara, Buddhira Vyakta Evacha, Indriyani Dasakancha, Pancha Chandriya Gocharaha. So, we have all these 8 chakras. We have Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Visuddhi, Agnya, Bindu, Sahasrara. So, what they say? Muladhara is Krusi Mantri, Swadhisthana is Sechana Mantri, Manipura is Khadya Mantri, Anahata is Prasasana Mantri, Visuddha is Sikkha Mantri. And in another word, they say what is Muladhara? Muladhara is Bhuloko, Swadhisthana is Bhuvaloka, Navi is Mahaloka, Kantha is Janaloka, Lalata is Tapaloka, Brahmarandra is Satyaloka. So, our consciousness, which lives in this body, controls the chakras and guides them, इस नगरी को, जिस नगरी को वेद भगवान ने वर्णन किया है, वो मनुष्य का शरीर है। इसके 9 द्वार है, that I have already told, 2 आंखें। तो ये जो बॉडी है, ये हार्डवेयर जो है, ये हार्डवेयर कौन सा कमांड में प्रोग्रामिंग कर सकते हैं? Can we write HTML to program this human body? Can we write Python to program this human body? You have to think, because now we are going in a very rapid rate to quantum. We are communicating in very fast. So how to program these chakras? How to program these bodies? What type of programming language we should use? Should you use Python or should you use English? English is a good language, but is it a standard language to communicate with the body, communicate with the consciousness, communicate with the mind, communicate with the conscious outside? We have to think. Because if we are not thinking, then what we'll say, we'll write a lot of consciousness articles. But this consciousness will not be available like this communication system that we are making now. So we have to do programming in a language that understands consciousness, that understands the human body, and that is the reason. Before going to this programming part, I should say what I am and what I am not. I am the body, I am the mind, I am the intellect, I am the ego, I have the ear, I have the skin, I have the nose, I have the all this. I have 5 elements, I have consciousness, I have all these things, but still I am not that person. I am the car driver, but the car has wheels, the car has body, the car has everything. So, मैं कौन हूँ? चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम. So, we have to understand this. We have to understand that we need all this hardware. We need all this hardware so that we can see. We can see the best thing. We can smell the best thing. We can listen the best thing. We can eat the best thing, so that we will improve from Tama, Raja, then to Sattva. But with all these things, I am not that. What Shankaracharya is telling is, okay, you are inside the car. Your car should be ready so that you can drive. But you need to drive in such a way that all your commands, the car will try to understand. So the car is your body. The body has all these parameters. We cannot leave them. So somebody say we will not be materialistic. No, we have to be materialistic. With materialistic, we will explore the next dimension. From brahmacharya to gahastya to vanaprastha, then sannyasa. We cannot go directly to sannyasa. Sannyasa some people go, but we have to understand that this programming, that communication is for the total development. Sarvangina vikasa, samagrika vikasa. So, with this keeping in this mind, we have to program the self, the individual, the society, the community, the vasudhaiva kutumbakam. The world is a family. Because if we are alone conscious, then the consciousness will not be meaningless. The world has to be conscious. Yeah, it is already conscious. It is already conscious. There is a principle. There is a principle of life. The God created this with some principle. So that principle is there. That is called dharma. If you don't obey that principle, you will be wiped out. You will be wiped out from this earth. So you have to obey. And with that, you have to keep in mind that this body has to be also perfect. This body, if it goes to one conscious level to another conscious level to another conscious level, you will become super conscious. And with your increase in conscious level, you will get all the energy, all the things that the super consciousness has. So for this actually, you see, I have already told you the programming language. So in Sanskrit, it is not only Sanskrit, in all Indian languages, we have O, E, U, then Ka, Kha, Ga, Gha, Wa, Cha, Cha, Ja, Jha, Nya, Ta, Tha, Da, Tha, Na, Ta, Tha, Da, Tha, Na, Pa, Pha, Ba, Bha, Ma. So instead of this A, B, C, D, we have our own way of representing the dhvani. Because dhvani is the most important. When you say Om, Om, then all the mantras, the mantras are not just some words arranged in such a thing. These mantras actually tries to program your chakras, to program your body, to program your hardware, and also to program your consciousness. So, given below is Visuddha Chakra, Akasa, Anahata Chakra, air, Manipura Chakra, fire, Swadhisthana Chakra, water, then Muladhara Chakra, earth. So, all these chakras have some bija mantras. I don't know, they don't know, might be not be knowing Python, they might not be knowing HTML, but I think they know all these chakras and how to program them. So these are the bija mantras. Bija mantras is Hong, Yang, Rang. So when we recite the mantra, we tell these bija mantras. So for an English speaking person who does not know Sanskrit, he say it is something, it is like, but if you understand Sanskrit, if you understand Veda, if you understand the root of the knowledge, not the superfluous knowledge, if you know the root of the knowledge, you will understand that these are not simple mantras. These are the programming language that I have shown. That I have shown the programming language of website. I am shown the programming language of robots. So, in the same manner, this human body, which is a robot, which is a hardware, can be programmed. But for what? For increase in consciousness. We are already familiar to 100-meter race. Our physical body is intact. So, the International Yoga Day, physical body programming has already been done from 2015. So, now we have to do the next stage. What is the next stage? The programming of the consciousness, programming of the chakras, programming of the human body, programming. So, this is another type of representation of the same presentation that I have shown. So, I have saying Brahma Granthi, Vishnu Granthi, Rudra Granthi, and we have a mouth producing sound for communication. We take food and water we take. We have a physical hardware. We have urine excreta. We have a food pipe. And we have also this eye and light, nose and smell, ear and sound, skin and touch, tongue and taste. So these are our sensors. You see, now I am in 5G, in telecommunication, we are actually programming the sensors. We are programming the physical sensors. I am talking about the human sensors. If our human sensors become active, we can see the Vishwarupa. In Vishwarupa, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is giving Divya Drishti. So Divya Drishti is a super conscious vision. Super conscious vision. So Manas, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara, this body, all can be programmed. How? With Sanskrit, with Sanskrit, with Sanskrit. And that Sanskrit, how will be developed? Because now the computers are made in assembly language in English. So I propose Sanskrit operating system for Indian languages, that is called SOIL. So what is the objective? The objective is to do the programming in Sanskrit. Do the programming of Sanskrit, of the hardware, of the robots, of the computer. Along with that, also the human machine, the human body, the human intellect, the super consciousness, the sky, the earth, the Navagraha, the galaxy, all these things. Because all in quantum things, all can be small, can be big, can be everywhere. So many things are there. So all these things needs a programming of consciousness. So I am just giving you one example. This space has we have Vishnu, Lakshmi, then we have Brahma, Saraswati, we have Rudra, Shiva, Mahadeva, and Parvati. I am just giving an example. In Ganesh Puja, the potter has made a statue with a clay. The traditional potter does not know the Sanskrit mantra. The pujari knows the Sanskrit mantra, and possibly he can do the prana pratishtha and will make the statue a blissful energy center. So that knowledge was there. What we have to do is we have to evoke, we have to re-energize the system. So re-energize this programming part. It is not only the prana pratishtha of a statue, it is the prana pratishtha of our future robots with consciousness. So I am just giving one example. This Gayatri mantra. This Gayatri mantra is actually a programming. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Jo Nah Prachodayat. It is not saying random things. It says Om Bhuva Swaha. You see the mark of the slokas on the body. This human body is actually behaving as hardware. And the mantra is the software. The mantra is programming the human consciousness. O pervading Bhulok, the consciousness of the physical plane. O Bhuvaloka, the intermediate space, the consciousness of prana. Swaraloka, O the divine conscious mind, consciousness of the divine mind. O Savitri, the divine essence of sun, which is most adorable. I meditate on that divine effulgence. May that awaken our consciousness. So this is a software programming, and this programming needs to be recreated with robots, with machines, and also human beings. So this already started. This work has already started. So people at many places has already started doing programming with Sanskrit. Doing programming with Sanskrit, keeping in the mind not only the physical hardware, but also, I am just giving another example. Lalita Sahasranama. This Lalita Sahasranama is 1000 names of Lalita. Who is Lalita? Is Parvati. Is Shakti. Shakti means energy. So, the Lalita Sahasranama is a seed mantra. Bija mantra. What is Bija mantra? It says, if you start chanting Lalita Sahasranama from the beginning to end, you will say it is going from the bottom to the top. In the top you will have Shiva Shakti, the consciousness, the consciousness. So it is going step by step, step by step, step by step. This is a programming, this is a complete programming language. Lalita Sahasranama is a programming of consciousness. That is a programming language, Lalita Sahasranama. So, Sanskritam kevalam janabhasa na, apitu devabhasa api. So Lalita Sahasranama is a programming of consciousness. I am just giving another example. We have so many festivals. Why so many festivals? Sometimes we do Holi, we take water and drink it. Sometimes we play with fire. So, in a competitive world, every activity is seen as a war surrounded by enemies. But our festivals are not. Our festivals are to evoke consciousness. Our festivals are to connect with the different elements of life. Some earth, some space, some air, some water and fire. You see, all our if you can see all the festivals. So these festivals are also work as a programming of the consciousness. So what is the objective? Internal happiness, internal increase in consciousness through external celebration. Through these festivals, we worship earth, water, fire, akash, air as God. So life is full of colors. festivals manifest like the glass prism. So that computer programming, this computer programming of consciousness should also be the part of International Day of Yoga. Because this consciousness, this is the last slide. This slide I have not taken from myself, I have taken from the internet, and I am saying Sanskrit is the future. And Sanskrit operating system for Indian languages requires to be built so that all this watch which is now broken, the system which is broken, the temples which are broken, the consciousness machines which are broken can again be rebuilt, so that we will have a complete programming for hardware, for software, and also for the human hardware and human software. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. As a technical person, as you are coming from the communication background, but still, you know many things about our culture, system, tradition. Particularly, you entered through the Indian system and culture to know about the consciousness. Really, the presentation is extremely nice, and thank you so much, and my humble pranam to you also. Thank you so much, sir. Once again,
if any question is there, I will be glad to answer, or they can also connect.
If our participant will ask questions to you, and if I will come in future also, I can communicate to you. And for 1 minute, if any question from participant side.
Okay, one question, sir. Sir, one question.
Yes, you can ask.
Sir, how to understand the body language?
How to understand the body language? This body.
Yes.
Manu has said that. Ajare bhakare ingite chaiva chestaya bhasite nacha netra bhaktra vikare cha lakhyate antargata mana. Manu has already said that.
Thank you, sir. Well, I am not actually a Vedic expert. I just want to connect different thoughts through website, listening to Dr. Vasudev sir, and because originally I have actually not read Veda. So Veda has not been taught in schools. Now we know that we have not been taught what needs to be taught. So I think this consciousness should rise, that we should teach the people what needs to be taught. Not only collecting. No. You have to rise your consciousness through Vedic science. You have to rise your consciousness, and that is the most important thing. That will make a human being a god. Super conscious. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. My pranam to you, sir. My pranam. And in future also, we met to discuss on this concept also. And a request to all the resource persons, those who are here, please send your PPT and paper also. It is our request. Please send your paper and the PPT to our email. By that, we can publish the papers, and PPT we can send to the YouTube. We are having our YouTube channel. So in our YouTube channel, we can send the PPT also. Thank you so much. So now, Professor Dr. Mamta Mahapatra is with us. She's the professor, Psychology, Institute of Psychology and Allied Science from Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. She is with us. So I request her for a vote of thanks, to propose a vote of thanks. Madam. Madam, are you with us? Professor Mamta Mahapatra. Professor Mamta Mahapatra. Professor Mamta Mahapatra, are you with us? It is the time to give a vote of thanks. Please. So Professor Dr. Mamta Mahapatra is with us, and she is the Professor of Psychology, Institute of Psychology and Allied Science from Amity University, Noida, and she will give a vote of thanks. I request Professor Dr. Mamta Mahapatra to propose a formal vote of thanks. Professor Dr. Mamta Mahapatra.
Yes. Hello. Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and
Am I
visible.
audible?
Yes, you are audible
Okay.
and visible.
Because of the technical problem is happening. So, the very good evening to seminar, international seminar organized by Art of Bliss with the collaboration of Sanskrit University, Puri. So, this is today's session. There are 7 sessions. Eminent speakers have been deliberated in the present session, and all the speakers have spoken on the theme of consciousness on various topics. Starting with the present session, the session started the coordinator's initial beginning, Professor Dr. Dev-Prasad Das, and then followed by Dr. Prakash Kumar Satpathy with Vedic chanting and welcome address given by Dr. Prasanna Mahapatra, Chairman of Art of Bliss, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Then the session was followed with Professor Kailash Mishra, former Vice Chancellor, SRI University, Odisha. His topic was Consciousness over Ages. Followed by Dr. Biranchi Narayan Mahapatra, Dean and Principal, Dean's Institute of Health Sciences and Hospital, Cuttack, Odisha. Sir had been the former principal, Sri Jagannath Medical College, Puri, and he has spoken on the topic, consciousness in the planes and parts of being. The next speaker was from Vietnam, and she was Hoang Sophia and Dai Lei. So she had spoken on Vietnamese spiritual values, a path to collective and individual consciousness, and how we understand and practice in modern days. The topic was really conscientious. The next speaker was Professor Dr. Ravindranath Behra, Director, Super Specialty Specialist Unit, High-Tech Medical College, Postgraduate Institute, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. His topic was and women's was Antonova Natalia Ivanova Alexander. She had been the Director ANO, Institute of Consciousness, Moscow, USSR. Her topic was consciousness and levels of reality. The next speaker of this evening was Mrs. Subralina Mohanty, National Lecturer, Theosophical Society of India, Regional Secretary, Theosophical Order of Service, Delhi Region, India. Madam had spoken life, death, birth, rebirth, and consciousness. The speaker was Sri Subrat Kumar Prusti, sir, and he had been the DDG, Technology DOT, and innovator for Soil Sanskrit operating system for Indian languages. Sir had been in the Department of Telecommunication, Bhubaneswar. His topic is Programming the Consciousness. These are the speakers with their topics. Each of the speakers of this present evening had deliberated, I can say, consciously, not only consciously, but intelligently with a rich source of knowledge. They have really left an imprint in each and every spectator present on this seminar. It is really memorable, and each and every speaker has deliberated nicely with a complete depth of knowledge, I can say that Sarve Bhavan Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu, Makas Siddhukhabhav. It is really an intelligent session, and we hope much more sessions from this. Thank you, the organizer, and for giving me the opportunity to speak on this occasion. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for proposing a vote of thanks from Maida.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My
madam.
pleasure.
Thank you so much. And again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you and my humble pranam to all of you. So we must wait for tomorrow's program. Again, it is my sincere request to all the resource persons to send their PPT and the article so that we may come out with a book, edited book with ISBN number. Thank you so much.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute. So please declare we have another day. We are extending a series of lectures.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Das. Actually, the seminar was from 18th December to 24th December. But some of the resource persons were not able to join due to their busy schedule. So, with our request, they informed us to present their papers, to speak something on their own experiences on 25th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Now, today's program is over.
Thank you so much.